Buff Nation, what up? BWBs, all my bandwagon buffs, happy Sunday. Yes, I am live on a Sunday. It's not normal. I totally get it. I totally understand it. But these are not normal times. And we have got to get one in for the Colorado Buffaloes. Colorado. Yeah. Colorado. Colorado. Yeah. Hey, Colorado. Oh, Colorado. Yay. Colorado. Oh, Colorado. Hey, Colorado. Hey, Colorado. Hey, Colorado. Yeah. I know a lot of y'all going to be in church. It's all good. But I had to come on here on a Sunday, and I had to do this show right here. Colorado is going bowling. Salute to everybody. Let's go, score buffs, score everything. We got to flex, man. It was early. People were sleeping in the house. We was on to like 3 or something like that, and I couldn't spaz the way I wanted to spaz it right now. I got that energy. I went to church early. You know what I'm saying? Even though I went to sleep like 4 or 5 in the morning, I woke up and went to church. I made the 10:30 service. Praise God, man. God is great, man. I had to do this show today because it's fresh. It's on everybody's mind. And Colorado is going bowling. Let me look at you when I say this. The Colorado Buffaloes are 6-2. When you win 6 games in college football, you automatically are eligible or qualify to go to one of the bowl games. So Colorado has accomplished that. Deion Sanders, a.k.a. Coach Prime, is now a winning coach in FBS. That's Football Bowl Subdivision. A winning coach at the FBS level. And I don't say that lightly. The reason why I'm saying it like the way that I'm saying it is because of how much heat Prime got. Because of his bravado, because of who he is, because of his flair, because of his tenacity to be who he is, unapologetically Prime. He's flashy. He's prime time. The name prime time is just because of that. Because he's prime time. When the lights are bright, when the brighter the lights get, the more he shines. That's why he's prime time. And when everybody was against him, year number 1, trying to figure things out, no grace was given. No grace was given at all. Even though people knew, football purists, analysts, people who college football, it's time to build a program. However, there were names, there were terminologies like he's not a program builder. He's not a coach from Paul Feinbaum. He's not a coach. He's just a celebrity trying to coach. So many things were levied against Coach Prime because he went 4-8. And it all came from that Louis luggage message when everybody got into their feelings and would not give Prime any grace to grow his program the way that he desired to grow it. But now Coach Prime and his Colorado Buffaloes are a winning program at the FBS level. The FBS level is the top level of college football because there's one level down, FCS, where he started off at Jackson State. Salute to Jackson State in Jackson, Mississippi. Salute to you guys because that was the origin of Coach Prime's college coaching career. Nobody thought he could do it. He's coming from the FCS, and there's no way he's going to translate. Even his players were not going to translate. Some left, they disparaged the program, and nobody thought that this was going to work. And here it is. It has worked. Let's put this up right now. I'm not going to let this go. And if you are in church and you're listening to me, stop right now and pay attention to the Holy Spirit. Log off, get off the chat, and go to church and praise. There's no way you're worshiping in church if you're listening to me because I'm too energetic and I'm too loud for you to pay attention to me and also hear the word of God. There's no way. So just stop now and rewatch this program, right? Rewatch this live when I'm done. Do not watch me while you're in church or driving. Well, if you're driving, you can listen, just like you listen to the radio. So that's different. But if you're in church, stop right now. I promise you, God is listening. But here we are, guys. I'll put this up again because On3 is not fair. A lot of people are not fair. We're not fair. If you don't know the team and you don't know what's going on, the things that you don't know, or if somebody's doing something and you are not privy to their inside, their guts, their mentality, their will to win, you can become a firefighter. I'm going to repeat that. You can become a firefighter fighting the fire that burns within a person, trying to do something that you are not familiar with, that you either cannot do yourself. So you start to fight that fire that burns inside of them. And you will become a detractor. Somebody who just don't believe what you are saying that you can do, that you will be capable of doing that thing. Coach Prime listed a bunch of things that he was going to accomplish while here at Colorado. Some people still don't think he's going to stay here when his kids go to the NFL. But Coach Prime has made Colorado relevant, not just relevant in the media, but also relevant with winning now. Coach Prime is a winning coach. Year 2. Sometimes it takes three to 5 years for people to just get it together. Sometimes it takes 3 to 5 years. That's the reality of it. To win in the second year, in this NIL era, right? This free agency era, to win in this era where the bigger teams can do exactly what you're doing and they can do it better than you, it's a feat that nobody thought that Coach Prime could do, but he has done it. Coach Prime is going bowling with his young men. I come before you on a Sunday. I usually don't stream on a Sunday, but I had to stream while it's hot. I had to strike while the iron was hot. You can join me on this conversation, guys. Just type in on the email. It's right there on your screen. jointlplive@gmail.com. That's the email. This show is straight going to be barbershop talk today. I got the PFF guys. They're going to give me some numbers, tell me how they scored the game. But I want to do barbershop talk because it's necessary. I want to give the fan base an opportunity to let it out because we deserve it. We've been called so many names. Whiners, delusionals, stupid, clowns. The names that we've been called are so many, it's hard for me to name them all. I got receipts. I literally have receipts in my phone. Because what I did was I screenshot some people who were talking greasy and they were saying stuff, and I told them I'm going to keep receipts. This is not a receipt show though, but I have receipts. I have receipts. I literally have receipts. I kept receipts. I kept receipts on people who were talking greasy that Colorado was a clown show. It was a circus. Y'all remember all of that? Colorado's a circus. Nobody wants to go over there. Everybody's leaving. I'm telling you, the list is long. I can keep going. Everybody's leaving because it's a clown show over there. Nobody who knows football, who's serious about football, would want to go to Colorado. I mean, it was a barrage. Let me slow down and say hello to my guest. Don't be rude, Harry. You were raised well. You're Liberian. If somebody come into your home, you say hello, you greet them. TR, what's up with you? Sonia Joylin, what's up with you? Astro Baby, what up with you? Swansley, long-time member, still here. Swansley, one of my original members. Swansley is still here. Shirley Kimball is here. I'm telling you, Coach Barry's here. Caught on camera is here. I don't know which camera they caught on, but they're here. Peter Investor, a member of the channel, is here. You see that green on that name? That's somebody who pays money monthly to be a member of this show. It's here. Shantae, the beautiful Shantae, the lady, the lady of the house is here. You know what I'm saying? And she always says, I'm dropping gems. She's always dropping some kind of gems. But Shantae's here. Charles Muhammad, a member of the show, is here. Charles got beef with DC right now. DC's been using that sick leave, so he ain't gonna be here. Phil So Real is here. I mean, people that just like that are part of this community are here. You know what I'm saying? Coach Barry says, hey Harry, I'm hoping this bye week will assist Deion Hayes to heal up and be able to play during week 11 against Texas Tech, bro. I don't know if he's a Texas Tech guy or he's a Texas guy. Don't know. Y'all pray for DC. Why not? I'm a praying man. You know what I am. Father God, in the name of Jesus, I pray your Holy Spirit will cover our brother DC. Whatever infirmities are trying to attack his system, his health. Lord God, you are the healing doctor. You are the healing. I pray your healing hands, not on just him, but whoever is going through some things. I think our sister Shirley Kimball goes through some things as well. So I put her in that prayer. I pray a lot of people in this prayer. People who are going through stuff. Heal them, Father God. Wrap your arms around them, oh Lord Jesus. Let the blood of Jesus do what you do, Lord. We pray in the name of the Lord. Amen. In Jesus' name. We do that around here, guys. If you're new around here. Bishop Frank is here. All right. Colorado's going bowling, guys. I want to articulate that for some people. And let me open up the email and make sure I get, did I send the invitation already to myself? I want y'all to understand that Coach Prime is trying to do something that is a mission of his. Let me say that again. Coach Prime is on a mission to open doors that the regular coach may not be able to open. And when you are on that mission, guys, and look, if you want to cop your BWB shirt, you can do that. All right, bandwagonbuffs with an S.com. All right, bandwagonbuffs.com. Or you can cop your shirt on this channel, on the TLP Sports Club channel. If you are watching on the Billionaires Mindset, I said salute to you. That is my poly social channel. I'm just going to say hello. So some of y'all that don't know about the Billionaires Mindset, you can see the name and how I spell it. That is my poly social channel where I talk about politics and social and religion and everything over there. That channel is gearing up to go. So far, I've just been double streaming or simulcasting on that channel. Trust me, the conversations are gonna gear up and come. But if you can support that channel, and if you are watching from that channel, I say salute to you. Thank you for watching on that channel. Let me just say this. I'm going to be, when I do some lives, I'm going to do some lives from that channel. And I'm going to also point it to TLP Sports Club because that's what I'm doing. So kind of like the reverse is going to happen. So when I go live on that channel talking about social issues, politics, religion, and infusing everything, I'll point it to TLP Sports Club. So if you see me on that channel doing that, then you can come on over just to help me to grow that channel. Yakari Walker, Chainsaw, and Tyler Johnson. They're no longer with the team. I wish them well. I pray to God that they will find place a good landing place. Oh, you said the hello came from TLP? Yeah. But it also, I'm seeing it right now. Also, it's double. There's two hellos. I'm gonna say hello, Shantae. And you should see two come up. I see billionaire. Oh, okay. Yeah, you'll probably see it. Okay, yeah, you're right. You're right. You'll probably see TLP because that's where you're at. And I think the Billionaire Mindset people will see hello on their end. So they'll see hello, Shantae on their end, on the Billionaires Mindset. So if you were to open up a second stream, a second thing, then you'll see Billionaires Mindset on that. Say hello, Shantae. So let's go, guys. Let's bring up our hold on. Let me make sure I got this thing set up and ready to go. Let's bring up some of the numbers. Let's talk some of the numbers. Let's see how the numbers, how we fared out in the numbers. This show is ready for me to just talk about Colorado and to really lean into Coach Prime and really give them their flowers because they knew the assignment. They understood, like, what was going on, and they knew that, to make a bowl game, they can cancel out. They understood the mission. We sent our word to them and we said, look, this is what this game means today. And by Sunday morning, you guys should be bowl eligible. And our team is bowl eligible. I don't know if y'all understand like how it feels really, like how it really feels for us to like be able to be proud and say, hey man, this is not about I told you so, but this is like to say, man, look, like cut it out with the clown emojis, cut it out with disparaging a black man trying to do something. I know that there are other black coaches, but when somebody is unapologetically black, like if I was to walk into a room for the white people like I did at church today, because I go to a white church, I don't have to let nobody know that I'm black. I don't have to let nobody know like I'm a big black guy that's a little bit stocky with muscles and a big stomach and all of that and a round chin. I don't gotta let nobody know. They look at me and they see that. Coach Prime came into this league saying, hello, I'm black, and I'm here to help black men get into the league just like me. When somebody does that, that means their intentions are to do just that. And you hope that other people will recognize what you're trying to do and try to help you on that cause. You think that's what happened? No. That ain't what happened. You know what happened? He was met with a lot of support. Subsequently, as well as a lot of hate, detraction. It was a lot of hate, but a lot of detraction. So here we are. He's bowl eligible. Congratulations, Buff. Congratulations. I can't say that enough. Congratulations, Colorado Buffaloes. You deserve it. Coach Prime, you deserve it. We're going to talk about it. So real, what up with you, man? Welcome to the show, brother. I appreciate you. How you doing?
Hey man, all is well. Listen, I want to say something real quick. I know you go to a non-denominational church, but down here in the South, a good old Baptist preacher will talk about early Sunday morning when Jesus rose. Hey, early Sunday morning, Colorado became bowl eligible. Hey man, it's a great day for y'all, Colorado fans. Salute to y'all. I tip my hat out to Dion. He's done a great job this year. Really impressed. I'm very impressed with him.
Wait, Florida Home 23 says Colorado is 23rd on the AP Top 25.
I haven't seen that yet, but this is around the time it normally comes out, so that they could have just dropped that very recently. Let's see if I can find that.
Yeah, if you find it, man, send it to me. Because Coach Brown just told y'all don't rank him. Don't be disrespectful to my coach. If he said don't rank me, don't rank him. I don't want us to be ranked. We're comfortable.
Colorado's ranked 23. Yep, Colorado's ranked 23.
Stop playing with me, man.
Yep.
Why they trying to disrespect Coach Prime? He said don't rank him.
Why would they not be ranked though? They deserve to be ranked after how well they've been playing.
Coach Prime said don't rank him. Don't rank him. He said his son. He said he's not sending his son. Hold on. What did you just send me? Because I got the AP. Oh, that's the reaction though.
No, that's not the reaction. It's going to tell you the list. If you open the link, it's going to show the actual list of the top 25.
Oh, okay. I wanted that photo. You know the photo that they give you.
Oh, well then just go to ESPN.com. You can put it'll be on there now.
Okay, let me go to ESPN.com. I want to show the people that Colorado is. So okay, hold up. What if we went out and we're ranked on the poll? Do we get some type of consideration?
So you have to be in the top 11 technically, because the 12th seed will end up going to their group of 5 team, which will probably be Boise, just based off of how things are playing out right now, or possibly Army. But yeah, I mean, if you guys win out, that'll be great. But the only thing is, You still need Iowa State and BYU to lose a game or two to kind of help you guys have opportunity to, at the very least, get into the conference championship game. Obviously, if you guys get into the conference championship game, then anything can happen.
So basically, okay, so you're saying the top 12 teams on the AP poll get to the playoff? No.
No. The top. Okay, so the way the way the playoffs works is the college football bowl rankings or whatever, not the AP, but the actual bowl rankings.
Mm-hmm.
You have your top four conference champions. Those
Mm-hmm.
four teams are going to be your top four teams that get a bye week, and then 5 through 12 is going to be everybody else, including the group of five, the highest ranked group of five team. So let's say Boise continues to do what they do, and they're ranked number 20.
Okay.
They still get to be in the playoffs, and they'll probably go in ranked as number 12. So Colorado would need to be at the very least number 11 to be able to get in the playoffs if they don't go into the conference championship game and win, which will secure our automatic bid into the playoffs.
Right. Okay. So I'm on the ESPN.com. Where do I find this? Because the Dolphins are winning right now versus the Cardinals.
Just look at the top of the browser where it says NCAAF, which will be college.
Okay. So go to home on that one.
Yeah, and then you should be able to go to rankings.
Go to home and then rankings. Standings, is that what it is?
Not standings. Go to rankings.
I don't see. Okay, rankings. There we go. Let's see. What does it say? All state playoff prediction, CP, AP. Okay, coaches poll.
All right, go to AP.
Yeah, there we go. All right, so let's look at this. This is is there any chance that let's say Colorado gets ranked, we don't make that what's the name, but then the committee says, okay, we're gonna let Colorado in. Is there any chance, any window?
Well, the committee is the one that's putting that ranking together. So if that's the case, Colorado will be a top 11 team.
So what I'm showing on my screen right now is it says AFCA coach. Oh, this is the coaches poll.
Right. But hear me out though. The college football playoff rankings haven't come out yet. I don't think they start until week. I want to say week 8 or 9 is when those rankings come out. So right now we don't have we can still look at it and have an idea of what the playoffs will look like, but we don't have the exact college football playoff rankings yet because we got about 2 more weeks before that happens.
So where do you see Colorado at 23? Because I don't see Colorado on here.
Can you zoom in a little bit, please?
Yes.
All right, scroll down for me.
Because 23 right now is Army.
Huh.
Yeah.
That's crazy.
So you see, but this one says
Hold on now. Let me look at the link that I sent you because maybe. But whatever I sent you, I see it says Colorado is at number 23.
Okay.
All right, let's see.
It says all NCAA. Then it says AP poll. But then when I click on the AP poll, hold on, let me see. Maybe it's the AP poll. No, on the AP top 25, they're not ranked either. 23 is Army.
Okay, so maybe this is like ESPN doing like their power rankers or something.
Oh,
all right,
okay.
so cool. Well, Dion got what he wanted. They're not ranked, so all's well that ends well, right?
Yeah. They ranked 23 in the AP poll. Gerald D said the same thing. Google
Yeah, I mean,
top 25.
Based off of the link that I sent you, it does show them at number 23, but I didn't actually get the chance to read the article because I'm live with you right now. But I think that could be something to do with it. I think maybe it's just something that ESPN put together.
All right. Somebody said Google AP top 25. And I just yes. Okay. So the AP has it. I think ESPN's list is not it's not updated because AP top 25 has it.
It very well. Hold on. Well, can you pull that page back up, Harry, for me?
Should I pull the page up or pull up the one that from AP?
Whatever you just had.
Okay, let me go back to the Because this one that was showing you, that's from the ESPN poll.
Right. I was trying to look at that and see because if LSU only has one loss, then that's going to be last week's rankings.
Oh, okay. So it hasn't updated yet for
Yeah.
the
So yeah, you see where LSU is ranked number 8. Go to LSU, they're ranked number
right here.
8.
Yeah.
Yeah, they lost last night, so they should have 2 losses. So
Oh,
yeah,
okay.
that's probably from last week. So maybe that one's not updated
So,
yet.
so that ESPN, like, so I think somebody was asleep because it's a late game last night. So I think the guy
The
that's
rankings don't come out till this morning, Harry. So the game going on late don't got nothing to do with it.
I was trying to give him the benefit of the doubt, Mr. Phil.
Nah, it ain't.
Somebody was asleep. Okay, it was a late game, and
No, they just slacking. That's all it is.
they're slacking on it. Okay, so Colorado is 6-2 and is ranked 23. So what does this mean? Let's put this in perspective for us, Phil. What
I
is
mean,
this ranking?
I
What story does this ranking tell for you?
I think it means that the dreams that Dion had for Colorado are becoming made manifest. You know what I'm saying? We're starting to see it in the reality, and you have to actually, put some respect on Colorado's name. I think there's a lot of Colorado fatigue from last year, so I think people aren't as quote unquote hype about them this year. But I think it works out for Colorado because there's they're not being hyped up more than what they should be, kind of how they were last year. So
Wait,
now
wait,
they
wait.
can
But
just
were
go out
they
there and play
hyped up last
football.
year, or that was that social thing? Were
I'm
they
not,
being hyped on any poll? I don't think anybody was hyping them. I
I
think it was
mean,
just the
no, 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 no,
social
no.
aspect of it.
Going into that Oregon game, it
Hmm.
was like, oh no, they're gonna take care of Oregon. You know what I'm saying? Everybody was still believing in Colorado. And
Okay.
then when that Oregon game happened, that's when like, people kind of started pulling back. So what I'm saying is I think this year they are I think last year they weren't as good as people were making them out to be. And I
Mhm.
think this year they are better than what people are making them out to be. I think is my
Okay, that's a
ultimate
good
point.
point. That's a good point. So Miami was what, 6? They went up 1. Texas was what, at 5 and then went down 1.
Mm-hmm.
They're 7-1.
Because
Do
they
you do
struggled
you believe
against
in Oregon?
Vanderbilt. I mean, the proof is in the pudding. I mean, at the very least, they're winning. They had an impressive win against Ohio State, even though it was close.
I
Yes,
don't
they
know. I
struggled a
don't
little
believe
bit
in
against
Oregon for some
Boise.
reason. I
That's
feel
fine,
like
but they're winning.
winning, but barely.
Okay, but guess what though? A lot of people felt that way about Michigan last year. They didn't think their schedule was worth anything, but they won the games that mattered, which was all of them, and they won a national championship. So sometimes it don't
Which
mean,
was
you know what I'm saying?
all of
Sometimes it
them.
don't have to be sexy. You know what I'm saying? It don't have to be sexy sometimes.
That's true. But this is the thing now. They started off a little rocky. Now they're putting teams away. So that's, I guess they're doing it at the time where it matters.
Right, because that Illinois game Friday night, excuse me, that's one of those games where a team can kind of rest on their laurels and just be like, all right, I'm gonna come out slow, just whatever. We ain't worried about it. No, they put their foot on neck, built the behind, and made the game over real quick. So that's what a great team is supposed to do in those situations.
So is Clemson and Iowa State tied for 11?
I guess that's what it's looking like.
Man, BYU and daggone Iowa State make me sick, bro.
Yeah, so you need Kansas State to lose another game, but you need Kansas State also to beat Iowa State.
Right. Because this right here, based on what you said earlier, Iowa State would then they can skip that. How would it skip it though? How would it skip
So
the
Iowa State will fall out because in this scenario, BYU is ranked higher than them. So
Mhm.
BYU would be the team representing the Big 12. And then
Oh, then pick a
Boise,
team from the conference to represent. Okay, okay, I see what you're saying now.
remember the conference champions get the top 4 seeds.
Right. So if you're in the top 11 and you're not a champion, then you can get in, right? You're saying?
Correct, correct. And the reason why I say 11 is because that number 12 slot is going to go to your group of 5 team, which is probably going to be Boise State based off of them beating UNLV Friday night as well.
So that number 12 spot will then wait. So that means that whoever falls here will play the number 12 12 seed from the group of 5?
No, the number 12 team will play the number 5 seed. The number 11 team will play the number 6 team, so
Okay.
on and so forth.
Okay.
And so what's important is if you look at it, more than likely the number 4 seed will be the Big 12 champion,
Mm-hmm.
and the number 5 seed is probably going to be your SEC or your Big 10 runner up, and they get to play the group of 5 champion. So it'll probably be a cakewalk for that number 5 seed, and then they also get to play what people will think is the weakest group of 4 or P4 champion in the
Mm-hmm.
Big 12 team. So a lot of people are like, hey, maybe getting that number 5 slot is better off than getting the bye.
Right. Right. Because I mean, you can come off because you're playing in the off season in the off season playoffs. You win one game, that confidence can carry you on to the and beat somebody unexpectedly.
Right,
So
but also we got to remember that recruiting is going to be affected greatly because while the playoffs are going on, the transfer portal will be open. Coaches will be getting fired. Coaches will be getting hired. So it's going to be a lot of chaos going on because this is our first time seeing what it's
mhm.
going to look like with that 12-team playoff going on while the transfer portal and everything's going on as well.
All right, so let's take a look at some of these numbers by PFF, and let's talk about some of these grades because I don't think I know you're a Bama fan and all of that, but I don't know if it's really hit the fan base yet. Like, have people really has it
What does
sunk
me
in?
ha- what does me being a Bama fan have anything to do with what you're about to
Because
ask
you
me?
no, because you don't celebrate because you keep saying y'all. So I don't want to include you in our euphoric nostalgia celebration. Yeah, I mean, I don't want to do that to you. I
I
want you
mean,
to.
I ain't, I'm not
You're an
I'm not
outsider.
looking at y'all.
You're
Listen, I'm not looking at y'all like I smell doo doo. I'm happy for y'all, man. I ain't tripping. I'm just saying like it's not a
yeah.
team that I root for, but I'm not mad that y'all winning.
No,
I
no,
ain't
no,
tripping.
no. But that's not the point I was making. The point I'm making is like I wonder if it's if
From an outsider perspective, I guess.
has it has it hit. You know what I'm saying? When it's like we're shocked,
You you
but
know
we're
what? This is what I'm
happy.
gonna do. This is what I'm gonna do. I'm
Okay.
gonna do some research. I'm gonna take some of my white homeboys that's like Georgia fans
Uh-huh.
and see what they think about Colorado because they're like just your regular old college football fan. And I
Okay.
want to get an idea of what they think about Colorado. And I also got this dude that I'm cool with at this bar that I go to. He's
Mm.
tapped into college football. He likes to watch the Cover Three podcast. So I'll ask them and kind of see how they feel and get a temperature check on like just your leisure college football fan.
Right. Charles Muhammad said the panel is emptying out as we win. Straight. First of all, let's just disclaimer: I don't usually stream
Do
on
this is
Sundays.
Sunday, right?
Right? People should be in church because it's like 2 o'clock, and if you are most of my panel members are black, so if you're black, this is your church time. So, or unless you go to a white church or you go to an early service. So I go to a white church and I go to my 10:30 service. By 12 o'clock, I'm already out. I got my whole day ahead of me. I don't know if I ever touch another black church in the rest of my life. I like my white churches. We're simple. We get in, we
And
get out.
Harry,
Yeah.
and think about it. And think about it. The panel ain't emptying out. You had 5 guys on the panel last night,
No, the
after
panel has
midnight.
broke. Yeah, the panel has actually
Exactly. That's
been
what I'm
growing.
saying.
Yeah.
Like,
So,
you know what I'm saying? You got people on your panel, past midnight and
oh yeah,
we're stretched across, you know what I'm saying, the US. Like that's pretty dope.
dude, we got people. We had a guy from South Africa that wanted to join us last night, and I forgot to send him the link. But
Oh
no, but
man, you slacking, dude.
I know. But when we get the conversation going, then I got to look on my phone to see if the link comes up because I don't just drop the link in the
I'm gonna set a 15-minute reminder next time, like every 15 minutes, be like, Harry, check your
yeah,
email.
check the email to see who wants to come on the show. So, but speaking of
Right.
which, let's bring on Common Sense Buff from the Common Sense Buff channel, YouTube channel.
Oh
My
my.
guy, my Picky, what's up, man? How you doing today? We boy eligible.
Sapase, sapase.
What you stop I say? Common Sense Buff, how you doing today, brother? I appreciate you coming on. What's up with you? How you doing? He probably got a way. He eating chicken. You know, we chew bone in Liberia, so he probably finishing his chicken bone. So we'll give him a
Chewing on
little
the
chance.
chicken bone. I
Yeah,
got you.
he's finishing that chicken bone, so we'll give him a little chance to adjust. So he came on too early. You know, Liberian men, we can eat chicken bone. So for y'all that don't eat your chicken bone, shame on y'all. Okay. So let's go ahead with this PFF score, and then when common sense comes on, he'll unmute his microphone. You know.
Colorado, late night, beating Cincinnati 34-23. Let's go over the highest graded players, starting off with the winning Buffaloes. 2 Travis Hunters in the top 5, Dolan, as always.
Well, of course.
Wide receiver. So Travis Hunter, highest graded offensive player.
Isn't this weird, yo? It's 2 Travis Hunters. You get number 1 and number.
Like that don't even make sense.
It's 2 people though.
To do with that.
It's 2
like,
people.
How can we even wrap our minds around it? Like, that's crazy.
You get 2 people. So every time you think about Travis, you think about Colorado, you got to count 2 for the positions. You got to count 2 Travises for the wide receiver and for the quarterback, the cornerback.
And the highest graded defensive player for Colorado. But the wide receiver, Travis Hunter, with the 86.1 grade. The running back, Isaiah August, with the 78.8 grade. Travis Hunter, the corner, at 77.6. Phillip Houston, the 77.9 grade. DJ McKinney, 75.4. And then Shedeur Sanders, an 80.1 grade.
Not bad at all.
Let's go over to the Cincinnati side of the ball with their 5 highest grade players. Jonathan Thomas with a 90 grade in this one. Corey Connor, 78.3. John Williams, 69. Dante Corleone, the Godfather, 67.9. Tony Johnson, 67.4. And then Brendan Sorsby, the 53.7 grade. Dawn, for you, what was the stat that told the story?
I think all the way around, I kind of like how that top 5 represents what Colorado did in this game, because their last 2 games have been their most balanced efforts of the season, I think. And we've talked about, as the year has gone on, how Colorado, we always knew they had Shedeur and Travis Hunter, but they're filling in the gaps on the rest of this team. First, we talked about the run defense, and we talked about defensive play calling, and the pass protection's getting better. Then we're filling in more at receiver, like LeJontay Wester has a breakout game last week, getting a number switch, too, to number 1 from number 10. Big time stuff.
Yeah, it made me like who is that out there? Like, oh, it's LeJontay Wester. Yeah.
Exactly.
So let's talk about that a little bit, Phil. Our offline conversations, right, that we have, and we talk about different things. But as far as like how Colorado beat Cincinnati, the way in which they've won the last 2 games since losing to K-State, it has a button either clicked or something, the light turned on, or something changed in the way that you view or evaluate this team for you?
I mean, I think kind of what I said last night is a good teams make bad teams look bad, and that's what Colorado has been able to do against the teams that they've been playing against. And moreover, if you think that Cincinnati and all these other teams they've been beating are good teams, they made good teams look bad, which is what a great team does. So either way, Colorado is doing what they're supposed to do. So I think the way that they're winning by double digits, being able to kind of control time of possession, being able to establish the run, being able to, get off the field on defense, I think it's impressive, and I think it's going to get a lot of people's attention as they continue doing it throughout the season.
But I think the question that I'm asking you personally, on a personal note, just also based on our offline conversations, right? For you personally, do you feel like, you know how you're like, well, I'm not convinced yet? Do you feel like something has switched to maybe make you more convincing, make them more convincing to you?
I'm establishing more confidence in Colorado each week.
Okay.
However, I still want to see them do it against tougher competition. Because I think
is there anyone left that you deem tougher?
And that's the hard part when you look at the schedule, just based off how things have played out. I guess maybe Texas Tech might be the highest ranked team they'll play against for the rest of the season, because Utah has already lost 3 games. Oklahoma State has lost 3 games. Kansas State is a dumpster fire. and then you got Texas Tech.
OSU is
So
also a dumpster fire.
that's what I said.
You said Kansas.
Oh, okay. Well, okay, cool. Well, okay. If you want to say Oklahoma State is a Texas dumpster fire too, that's fine. But my point is, I don't know who else they have on their schedule to really quote unquote prove it.
Right. That's what I was thinking. Like, I don't know that anybody's left to change your mind on.
But with that being said, if they continue to dominate the way they've been doing against lesser competition, that will still be very impressive to me and will make me feel more confident in them, if that makes sense.
But it's telling. Common sense, I'm coming to you in a second. It's also telling when you say lesser competition. I don't know if you picked that up, but you're literally saying lesser competition in conjunction with Colorado being the opposite on the other end of that. Like
being
2 weeks,
better, correct.
maybe a month ago, we're not having this conversation. You're not saying that. You
Correct.
feel me? So
Correct.
okay, so that's telling. Common sense, Buff, my PK, how you doing, my man?
My man, yo, look at streaming. I ain't want to work for me today.
The PK microphone not working. Oh, my PK. Anyway, let's switch back to English so these people can understand what we're saying today.
All right. What's up, man?
All is well, man. Congratulations.
All right.
Congratulations, Buff fan. I want to congratulate you because you do have a channel that promotes the Buffs. So I say congratulations to you. Congratulations all around to all of the Buff fans. How you feel today, man? Let's warm you in. How do you feel today that the Buffs are finally bowl eligible?
Yeah, I feel good. I feel like as the season has progressed, they've been listening to you, Harry, because it seems like issues like, Shador needs to get the ball out quicker.
Mm-hmm.
They've addressed that. They need to have a real commitment to the running game. They've addressed that. The offensive line needs to block. And it's not just about a set of 5 guys who are going to start. They're going to find the players to block for the run game and the pass game. So it feels like all of the issues that they needed to address throughout the season are starting to gradually get addressed. And Prime always says, like, y'all don't think we can see, right? Like, we're watching the same game. So all the things that you guys see that we need to get better at, we have to get better at. And I think this team is not satisfied. Even though they're 6-2, they feel like in some instances they're still leaving meat on the bone, and they're going to try to get better as the season progresses. So I think they're in a good spot right now.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, I mean, that's the thing. Coach Prime, like people, we tell people that, hey, listen, guys, Coach Prime and his guys, they listen to us. But
hey,
nobody.
can I ask a quick question?
Yes, sir. Go ahead.
So, looking at that Cincinnati game before the game started, did you think Colorado was better than Cincinnati?
Did I think Colorado? Yes. Well, no.
No.
Let's put it this way.
I'm going somewhere.
I know you are.
I
know you are. And I understand why the string of questions.
It's not directed.
I had fear. I had concerns. Let me not say fears. I had concerns because of how Cincinnati started the season. I was concerned, but I said within the first snap or two, or the first play, whoever has the ball, and if Colorado is able to compete, that will erase every concern that I have. Because the second I realize that Shador can stay upright, I know that we can beat anybody. If we can do that, that's always my mindset into going into every single game. I don't know if that answered your question.
No, it didn't. You ain't helping me out. But my point is, if you think if you think Colorado is better than Cincinnati, then that means you think Cincinnati is lesser competition. Me saying that they're going against lesser competition is not me trying to demean Colorado. I think Colorado
is answering me
showing,
on the chat.
I'm answering the chat, and my point is that Colorado is showing that they're a really good football team. So why would I continue to be on my quote unquote high horse and be like, no, Colorado's not good? And people talking about the switch up and all that. I'm going based off of what I'm seeing. Colorado's a good football team. Why would I be foolish enough to not say what I'm seeing on the field?
I think people need to understand that it's complimentary as well, because if you are a fan, you're expecting your team to win every game. But if you're an analyst like Phil and Common Sense Buff, if you guys analyze the teams as much as we do, and we do a lot of research to come to our conclusions, then you can't be like a regular fan. Like, you're looking at it from a football perspective. You're looking at certain things. So, and the unknown is always going to lead your senses to make your analysis. I want people to know that you're not just a regular fan now. Like, you're an analyst. Okay, it's on YouTube, but just imagine like we are analyzing the game from a different perspective, and we can't just be like, "Oh yeah, Colorado's better," just
And
because
Harry, you
we're
know
fans.
me. I call it down the middle. You've known me long enough. We've had enough conversations. Like
Exactly.
I try to be fairly measured with what I'm saying. Like I don't just be jumping out the window with stuff.
And you keep it football. That's what I respect about it. You keep it football, and so does Common Sense Buff. And speaking of Common Sense Buff, guys, I'll put it on the screen for you guys. I see 221. I haven't refreshed yet, but I see 221. If you can go to Common Sense Buffs, it's right there on your screen. I think it's Common Sense. Yeah, just type it just like you see there on your screen. Common Sense Buff. Go to that channel and please subscribe. Help the brother out. He's trying to get his channel going. He has great analysis, as you're going to hear more of as the conversation continues. So let's go ahead and continue with PFF, and you will get to hear more of Common Sense Buff, and you will know what I'm talking about and the reason why I tell you or I ask you to please support him.
Let's go down there at FAU, and it worked well for him. But look, I think they're just getting a little more balance. I want to start first with the run game. It's not the most efficient thing ever, but you mentioned Augustave and Dallin Hayden in the run game. Look, these two guys had 32 carries for 125 yards, forced 12 missed tackles, and had 107 yards after contact. We're not asking for Colorado to go out there and rush for 300 yards. That's not a thing. It's not going to happen. But to give them $125 and enough balance and enough first downs, got 7 first downs, just keep the chains moving. That's a big deal, right?
All right, so Common Sense Buff, I'm gonna come to you, and then I'll go to Phil. What is the narrative for Colorado run game? How do you tell the story for Colorado's run game?
More balanced as a team.
Yeah, so I think the story of Colorado's run game has been, first, they needed to find the right combination of offensive linemen that wanted to actually run the ball, right? And I think that's where we see a good mix when they're doing all of their rotating with the O-line is, hey, if we're going to run the ball, we got to get the guys in the game who are going to block like they want to run the ball. So that's the first issue. I think the offensive line is now starting to impose their will on opposing teams. Now, this game was kind of set up for them to be successful in the run game because they were playing a 3-3-5, I believe, so there were only 3 down linemen. And in Shador's press conference, he was talking about the fact, like, hey, if you're going to line up in a formation like that on defense, we have to run the ball. You don't really have a choice in that game. So, and that's another thing I think about the run game is that they're committed to it, but they're situationally committed to it. I don't know if we're always going to see this many carries for the running backs, but that's just the light box that was presented to this team, and that's the way they called it. Now, the second thing I like is that they're getting the ball to a primary starting running back in IA. And running back is about rhythm. It's just like a quarterback, right? Which is why I've rarely ever seen a team with 2 quarterbacks have a lot of success, because you need to be in the game long enough to find your rhythm. So I think IA is finding his rhythm. Over 20 carries, 90-something yards. I have him as the first running back this season. He's going to get over 100. So I think they're taking what the opposing team gives them, but also the O-line is imposing their will, and that's why they're being successful so far.
All right, so Phil, what narratives are you drawing for this Colorado run game? Like them not running. I mean, I think we decided we looked at the stats last night, and the stats says that we ran more than we threw. So what narratives are you drawing, and how is this going to sustain for the season, the rest of the season?
I mean, I look at it that, Colorado's run game really changed once Colorado made some changes on the offensive line. Last night we saw, we saw Seaton, Mayer, Hankerson, I think Harden and Houston was the starting lineup on the offensive line. So I think the story of the run game will be the changes that the coaching staff were willing to make on the offensive line
Mm-hmm.
to get the best five guys out there. That's going to be the story to me. And the fact that they're able to run the ball opens up their offense in a lot of different ways. They're able to get a first down on 3rd and 2 when sometimes 3rd and 2 would end up being 4th and 15 because they had to pass the ball and Shador would get sacked. So little things like that are going to change the trajectory of this team. So I think the fact that they're running the ball means Colorado's offense will be even more successful.
So this is a hard question for me because last year the narrative was we don't have an O-line to run. This year it kind of started off like that, but we still ran and we found a way to make it work. So what's the difference from this year to last year? Is it that we got better players, or is it that they had no choice and they're just finding ways for us to run the ball? Any of you can take that. Whoever wants it first.
Say that question again for me here.
So, okay. I want to know what is the difference between this year's running game and last year's running game, because the narrative was last year.
Oh, okay.
We didn't have an offensive line that could block for the run, right? But this year, I feel like it started off that way. But we found a way to make it work.
I don't think anything is different. I think, well, excuse me, let me rephrase that. As far as like what they're doing as far as the play calls, I don't think they're doing anything different. I think the outcome is just different. I just think you have better players and you're having better execution, and it's showing itself with the running game being more effective. I think that's what it boils down to.
So are you attributing that to having better players then?
I would say better players and better execution, yeah.
Okay, then. All right. I'm not ready to accept it. I think that's what I'm dealing with.
But
let me hop in real quick.
I like that as a fan, you're able to still be skeptical, though. I like the unwillingness to just dive in head first. I appreciate that.
Go ahead, common sense.
Yeah, no, I think the suspicion that everybody had that last year was about padding Shador's stats versus really having a commitment to running the ball. I think the more Colorado has success running the ball this season, the more I feel fans who felt like there was not a commitment to running the ball last year will be vindicated. I don't think we are at any point asking for, 200, 300 yards a game, but we definitely didn't want less than 50 yards a game on, less than 10 attempts. I think Colorado still is in the habit, especially when they play teams that get a jump on them, to going back to that DNA of wanting to just throw the ball around the yard. I think if they continue to start fast, and part of that fast start can be attributed to the run game, they're going to continue to run the ball like they have. What I'll be interested to see is when they come up against a team that tends to have a heavier box or a team that tends to blitz, whether or not they're still going to be committed to the run like they were in this game. It's good. It's a positive sign. But to Harry's point, I don't think that this season is helping Colorado eliminate the suspicion that we had last year that they just did not want to run the ball, not that they could not run the ball. So I think that's what my feeling is.
Okay, so what team is left on this board that y'all see? Texas, Utah, Kansas, and OSU. What team that we know who's going to blitz us? Is it Texas? Is it Utah? K-State might blitz us. But who is left on this that you can call out and be like, all right, I think I see it. I see this team, giving us a hard time with the run game, and we might have to revert back to passing.
I haven't watched enough of any of those last four teams to really say that. But I think I will say this. I think not the toughest as far as like the hardest game you'll have left, but I think the toughest team left on your schedule is Utah. I think there are a lot of tough guys that play hard. They're committed to the school, they're committed to the team, they're committed to the coach. I think those are some really tough guys. So I think that will be interesting to see if Colorado will be committed to trying to run against a team like that.
Maybe I'm biased to thinking that Houston is not that great, but or maybe Utah just a stronger team. But for Houston to go to Utah, where whoever was home or not, and beat Utah, it's telling. The reason why it's telling is because Utah being ranked preseason number 1 and Houston being at the bottom, I'm like, how they pulled it off? And how is Colorado not going to be able to repeat that thing because we are a much better team than Houston? Of course, you can't just say because one team won that you should win too, but my logic is like, my concern is like, I don't know what Houston did or how they were able to pull it off, and maybe you can help me to articulate that to maybe make it make sense to me.
Again, that's not a game that I watch, so I really don't know. But I've always said, every week is a 1 week season, so that's how I look at the entire season. You know what I'm saying? Like every week is a different chapter in the book, so you never really know what to expect. You hope, if you're a good team, you have a good coaching staff, you make adjustments. So whatever caused Utah to lose to a lesser opponent in Houston, you would assume that they would try to correct. But also, Houston might do something that's very unique that Utah just wasn't able to really prepare for thoroughly enough to where, it was more difficult for them. Kind of like when Vanderbilt beat Alabama. Okay, everybody thinks, okay, Vanderbilt beat, Bama, so whatever. But Vanderbilt ran a very specific type of offense that is hard to prepare for. They provided challenges to Alabama that other teams would not be able to provide. So you kind of got to look at it in that aspect as well.
That's a good point to make. Utah, I feel like what Gerald D said says, I feel like that's true. I see that with OSU, with Utah, and with Kansas. I feel like they've thrown in the towel. Now, tell me if I'm wrong, but I feel like these teams.
I mean, Kansas played Kansas State pretty tough last night. I don't know if you would say they threw in the towel.
I mean, look at their record, bro. Like,
okay, but they're still playing tough. If they're not, if they thrown in the towel, then they would have got blown out by Kansas State last night. Is my point.
But throwing in the towel game?
If they've thrown in the towel, they don't care anymore. Is my point. So
do you believe that Utah still cares?
Yes, I think they still care. They're playing for pride at this point, and you still want to put good tape out there, even if you're not gonna stay with Utah, even if you know in your mind you're gonna transfer, you still want to put good tape out there. Because if you put good tape, you're gonna get more NIL, and you're gonna get better schools looking at you. You're gonna have opportunity to maybe play for championships, whether it be for a conference championship or a national championship. And again, if you put good tape out there, you get more exposure, NIL, all that kind of stuff. So I don't think guys just gonna go out there and just, poop the bed.
Well, Shantae said she's gonna be at the Utah game. For those of y'all who want to say hello to her and her family, just give her a shout out when you see her out there. She represents TLP Sports in the chat. I think she was on.
Shantae was a Mormon.
Hey, do you have to be a Mormon to go to the game?
Well, I mean, Utah has a bunch of Mormons out there, so I ain't know.
Yeah, don't start no war, Phil. Stop poking. Stop poking and no pause. Okay, stop playing with me.
Yes, sir.
All right, let's go. Let's keep it going with these PFF guys.
Team, look, you look at Colorado. Okay, this was their highest graded game of the season in pass protection, receiving grade, offensive grade as a team, and coverage grade as a secondary. I thought the secondary was spectacular in this game. The corner trio of Travis Hunter, DJ McKinney, and Preston Hodge right now, that's as good as it gets in college football. You have three guys like that. I think Hodge is playing really well, too. He wasn't in that top five, but he's breaking up passes. I know they play a lot of man-to-man coverage. Sometimes it beats them schematically, but I'll tell you what, they have the ability to do it. I think the biggest advantage Colorado had on that side of the ball in this game was their corners absolutely shutting down Cincinnati's wide receivers. They had to find other answers, either through scheme or underneath, or Sorsby had to take off running. This was a balanced effort from Colorado. Their last two games have been against this team and against Arizona, where their two most balanced efforts of the season. This is a good team all the way around. It is. And I think you have a guy who's the best, who I think is the best quarterback in the country.
We being fans and analysts of this team, and we knowing all the intricacies of this team, common sense buff, I wasn't satisfied with just like Coach Prime, I was not satisfied with the defensive play last night, even though you do have the nuances of us stopping their offensive weapons on the passing routes. But I felt like the defense was sloppy on so many counts. How did you grade this defense from a analyst and a fan's perspective?
So I'm a fan of defense. So I love to see great defenses take the field and just dominate the opponent. They did what they needed to do to win, but I think they could have taken this team out of this game much earlier. I think they let them stick around a little bit too long, which is a concern for a team that's going on a championship run. You don't want to give your opponents any life, let alone life when you're at home. You need that crowd going crazy the entire game. So I think the biggest thing this game I'd like to see them fix going forward, and I think it's been an issue all season, is open field tackling. I think the defense is aggressive. I think they all run to the ball, but where I see them giving guys too many yards after first contact, not wrapping up. There were a couple first downs there where there were 2 and 3 missed tackles on a single play. So I think if that defense could get better at being sure tacklers, first man to the ball is actually bringing down the ball carrier, or at least holding the ball carrier long enough to get somebody else in on the tackle. I think they're going to need to be playing that level of football and being short tacklers if they want to win out. But that would be my only negative. I think the defensive line played well, the linebackers, and I think the best unit on that defense was the secondary.
Phil, I need your commentary, but do you think, I know you're not a fan of this phrase, do you feel like the night game was a cause, like Peter Investor says, late night games? Does that play into their level of energy or even tackling?
I would hate to contribute any type of deficiencies to it being a late night game, because then that would take away all the positives that I feel about Colorado's coaching staff right now. Because to me, that's just a cop out. Because again, if let's say Deion was the coach at Florida State and he was on the East Coast, he would be playing games that are at 7:30 or 8 o'clock because he'd be playing a lot of prime time games. No pun intended.
Mm-hmm.
The game that he had last night was 7:30, 8 o'clock.
Hey, keep talking. I'll be right back. Okay, keep talking.
Yeah, cool. So the game that was played last night was at that time frame, at his time. So I don't think that the late night games would contribute to them kind of playing weak. And if it does, then that means the coaching staff needs to find some inefficiencies they have to try to make the team be able to come out and play a lot better at night games. Common sense, Buffs, does that make sense?
Yeah, it does. But, what will be interesting is if Colorado wasn't at that time slot, would they even have games that late into the evening? Right? I think Colorado is such a moneymaker for college football that in order to keep the game day going longer, right, they're selling commercials at 1:30 in the morning. I'm sure the value of those commercials for college football or ESPN or Fox was like, basically that was probably comp time. for their large advertisers. Oh, we'll run it all day on game day. And then, oh, by the way, at 1:30 for Sports Center or whatever, we'll just give you these free ad spots. Because of Colorado, I think the price and the value of those ad spots have gone up. And they have no incentive to have Colorado play any earlier because they'd be making less money. I'm sure they had unsold commercial spots that are now coveted because Colorado is playing at that time. So this is business too.
Right.
So
Yeah,
hold
And
on.
if I was
I also
Colorado,
think
I heard the
I
end.
don't
I
think
heard
you're
the
gonna see
end
it.
of what you said. Could you repeat the that part? You said that the ad that they're selling is more valuable than an earlier time slot.
yeah. So if I'm an advertiser, like let's say, I'm talking about primetime advertising, like on the Super Bowl. The Super Bowl ad spots are valuable because it gets so many eyeballs. That 8 o'clock start, that 7:30 start is like the most valuable start when you want the broadest audience, right? What I'm saying is college football now has a valuable ad spot at 1:30 in the morning where it never
Oh,
had that before.
okay. I
How
see.
many fans are staying up until 1:30 in the morning? So the point I was trying to make is Colorado has no choice but to get used to playing late at night because college football is going to use the excuse that they're on mountain time or whatever time they're on to keep putting them at 10:30 and keep making that 1:30 in the morning ad revenue. So
And
college football is not going to adjust. Colorado needs to adjust and play better. They don't have a choice. That's where the money is at. And Prime wants to be where the money is because guess what that negotiation looks like next year if you want to put Prime at 10:30. He already is going to have all the money that you made. Those TV rights, when they're signing that deal for that 10:30, is going to go up.
But you also have to think though, because of who Colorado's playing, because they don't have any ranked teams they're playing against, those games are not going to be as coveted. So like for example, when in the years when Alabama has the Iron Bowl and both Bama and Auburn are ranked, you'll see them playing that CBS slot at that 3:30 slot. That's the biggest slot for CBS on Saturdays, right? But if it's a situation where Bama is ranked number one and Auburn's not even ranked, it'll be the 7:30 game on ESPN2 or ESPN. So, it does kind of get control based off of who they're playing against and how good that team is. And unfortunately, because the teams they're playing against are not ranked, I don't think that's going to help them have that big noon kickoff game at 12 noon Eastern or maybe that 3:30 Eastern time slot. I think we're going to see a lot more night games, maybe not your 10:30 games, but maybe your 7:30 Eastern games is what we're going to be looking at for the rest of the season outside of that Oklahoma State game, because I think that time slot is already set for 12 that Friday or Saturday after Thanksgiving.
But Colorado being ranked plays into getting earlier times, right? Because I mean, I don't think Prime is happy with the 10 o'clock games.
Again, look at the analogy I use with Alabama. Alabama is always ranked when they play Auburn, but if Auburn is not ranked, they don't get that premier time slot like they would if Auburn is ranked in the top 15 when they're going against Alabama. Does that make sense?
It makes
It's
sense.
about the opponent, not necessarily. It's not about Colorado being ranked. It's about their opponent not being ranked.
So are we saying that Colorado is not as big of a draw as they were in 2023?
It's not Colorado. It's about the game itself, because it doesn't
The
matter if the
opponent.
team. Yeah, exactly. It's not about the team that you're looking at, because everybody wants to watch a really good team, right? But
Mhm.
more people want to watch a good game.
Okay.
So if we already are looking at Colorado as a world beater, right, and they're going against a team that is
Whoa. Pump the
lesser.
brakes here. Pump the
Okay,
brakes. Don't start nothing. Don't
I'm not.
start no mess.
I'm not trying to be funny. I'm not trying to be funny when I said
But
that.
don't start
I
no mess.
promise.
I know you try to
Okay.
sneak it in
Okay.
there.
I'll take it back. I'm
Okay.
not trying to be funny. So I'll take it
Okay.
back. If you want to look, if you're somebody that's high on Colorado and you feel very confident about them, and then they're going against a team that you feel they're going to blow out, why would we put that on a premier time slot if it's not going to be an entertaining game, because you want a close game because you want to keep eyeballs on it. Hence, going to Common Sense Buck's point about the ad revenue they're able to get. That's why you want those really good games in those big time slots. So if it's going to be a blowout anyway, why not just put it at a later time, because nobody's going to be watching it anyway.
That's a good point. Let's continue with these guys. Get these numbers out of here.
Country, but a more balanced team. They're doing more things to win ball games in a more well-rounded fashion. And let's be real, Max. The standings show it. There are 4 prime contenders for the Big 12 title right now. It's BYU, Iowa State, Kansas State, and Colorado. They've proven now they're squarely in that mix. And look, their last 4 games, Texas Tech, Utah, Kansas, Oklahoma State. I'm favoring them in all 4.
Yep.
They look, at Lubbock is tough. At Texas Tech in a couple weeks is tough. Colorado's off next week. That's always a tough road trip. But I would favor them on all 4 of those games. If they go out and execute like they've done the last 2 weeks, they could absolutely get to 10-2, and we're really talking about them at the end of the season here.
Yeah, Isaiah Augustine was great, honestly.
All right, so they sound confident, and usually when these guys are confident, they're strictly numbers, right? They're dealing with like grades on guys' capabilities on certain games that they play. So if they're confident, how confident are we as fans? And if you're in the chat right now, Gerald D, Peter Investor, how confident are we with Colorado winning out on the rest of their schedule? Because I don't see a heavy roll ahead. I mean, preseason, we talking about preseason. We like Utah.
So are you saying that Colorado is better than the rest of the opponents you have on the schedule? So are you saying that they're lesser opponents?
You know how you started this whole 2 things can be right at the same time situation? Is it possible that Colorado is the better team, but they're not lesser?
If Colorado is better, then they can't be equal. Then that means they're less. Like, what are we talking about? What are we talking about? Right?
But it's like when you say when you use the.
No, I'm not. No.
Listen, are we trying to mansplain this? Can we woman-splain this?
If Colorado is a 10, and you're telling me that anybody they play against is a 9, that means they are less. It's that simple. It's that simple.
Is that mansplaining or that's just logic?
It's a fact. 10 is more than 9, Harry. Can we agree on that? Or am I tripping?
No, because we're talking about ability.
Oh my God, Harry. Wait a minute. Hold on. Are you telling me 10 is not more than 9? Are you telling me 10 is not more than 9?
Trick question. This is a trick
It's not
question.
a trick question, Harry.
It's a trick question because we're not talking about
about
It's a trick question because we're talking
I'm about to lose my
No. We're literally talking about which team is going to show up right, because
I'm sorry.
You're trying to trap me, and I'm too smart for that. No, because look, we literally talk about every week. We talk about who's going to show up, right? Who's going to show up? Because these teams, even though it feels like they're wounded, but you know what you got to be afraid of when you're dealing with a wounded dog. A wounded dog don't mean you can approach it and pet it. That means you got to be very careful because they can come out and really lean on you. So
does that change whether or not Colorado is better than them? Even though they're a wounded dog, does that change whether or not Colorado is better than them?
The answer I'm giving you. That's why I'm trying to be careful, because I know that Colorado will be the better team, right? We still do have some guys that are dinged up and that are not at 100%. Even Travis is not 100%. Shador is limping. Jimmy Horn is still not 100%. So, but if these guys say, you know what, I'm tired of losing, and they show up that night, then even though Colorado's the better team, the results can change. So that's why I'm like, the answer may not be as simple as clear as as we're trying to make it seem, because on any given Saturday, teams can show up.
But you said Colorado's the better team, so that means they're.
I know that's what you're trying to get me on, and I walked into that.
We can't. Come on, Harry. We can't. Okay.
Hey, can you come in here, common sense, and rescue me out of this? Because
Harry. Does 2 + 2 equal?
I need some help. I need my Liberian brother to help me out here. You're trying to. Math. The math is not mathing. Nope.
Yeah, so I'm about to offer as much help as I can offer right now, Harry. But Yeah, I got you. So I think the story when the season started was Colorado is everybody's Super Bowl because everybody's gonna when they play Colorado, they feel like it's gonna be a high visibility win.
Mm.
Where we are in the season is you about to get a high visibility ass whoop, right? It's no longer your Super Bowl where you're gonna get hyped because you're gonna go in there and think you're about to win. So to Phil's point, they're playing lesser opponents now because their opponents have proven to be lesser teams than expected, and Colorado is proving to be a better team than expected.
Thank
So
you.
while their opponents have been playing worse this season than was predicted, Colorado is playing better. So it's fair to say that they are playing lesser opponents because for Colorado, I would not pick a better schedule than what they have for the rest of the season. They could still be looking at Iowa State on this schedule or BYU. Thankfully, they're not. So I would say, to Phil's point, they're playing lesser opponents, but that doesn't mean they need to take their foot off the gas, right? Or in their preparation, because anybody can show
Exactly.
up on any given Sunday and play better than you expect. So, yeah, and this is not any credit to the or discredit to the other teams. It's actually a credit to Colorado and not just the players, but the coaches. I think over the season, the coaches are getting better too.
So Gerald D is saying, if you think about it from the Alabama Vandy standpoint, we always say Alabama was the better team, and they were playing a lesser team.
And
But
they
the
were.
outcome was not what we were expecting. So how do we explain that?
And that is Alabama is the better team, and Alabama got beat by Vanderbilt. We can get into how it happened, but the facts of the matter is,
So does
based
that
on the
mean that
polling,
Vandy was the better team that day?
it means they beat Alabama. That doesn't mean okay, sure. On that day, yes. But as a whole, I don't think Vanderbilt is better. Yeah, I don't think Vanderbilt is better than Alabama. Yes, they beat them, but that doesn't make them a better team. Again, two things can be true. Just like when
Well,
the
in
Giants
Alabama's
beat, just
case,
like
two things can be true, but in Colorado's case, it can't be.
when have you ever heard me say that about Colorado? That two things can't be true.
No, just now in the conversation we just had, I was just saying, can two things be true? You said no, but now in Bama's case, it can.
But that wasn't your argument. Your argument was that
Maybe it
Colorado
wasn't.
wasn't better than those teams. You said Colorado was better than them, and my point was that if Colorado is better than them, then they are lesser than Colorado. Like that's, I
I
mean that's
just,
what it boils down to.
I just feel like there are nuances that I like to just have a
I
cushion.
understand.
I like to
Your
have the
point. Your
nuance,
point.
the cushion of the nuance.
Your point is anything can happen, and I agree. I agree with
Yeah,
that
right,
wholeheartedly.
right. Anything can
Think
happen. Even though I feel like if we go down the line and we do a matchup with the skill set, I feel like Colorado's wide receivers room will be better. I feel like
right.
Colorado's quarterback is better.
Hmm.
Colorado is surging, and now we have two lockdown corners, right? Um, maybe three, because I feel like when Travis is out, our corners are still like the two corners that we have come in.
Yeah, Hodge and McKinney. Yeah, they're
Yeah,
playing
those
really
guys
good
are locked
ball.
down. They're stopping receivers that are going to the NFL in T-Mac. So I'm like, all right, so yeah, on paper, Colorado looks better, and they have proven to be better overall. So I don't know that I have any kind of like reservations as far as whether Colorado's going to lean on these dudes. I don't see
But
anybody.
Harry,
All right, go ahead.
let me just jump in. And here's the crazy thing I think that gets lost on people.
Mhm.
If you took the roster of Colorado and you just took Colorado off of the jersey and Prime wasn't the coach, and I showed you Colorado's roster of players
Mhm.
and you compare it to all the other rosters they're going to play, you would say, just looking at these rosters, Colorado is the better team.
No doubt. Yeah.
So that's what
No,
I'm saying. So to Phil's point, just because the season start, I mean, 2023, it haunts this Colorado team, right? Because it's
there's a bigger
always
question
right
here.
there in the background.
There's a bigger question here.
Uh-huh.
Now you just made me think of something. Does the Deion tax affect the fans as well and analysts that support the team as well?
I think it's fatigue more than tax at this point.
No,
Which
no,
I
no.
get you.
I don't think.
It
I
all
don't think we
ties in.
have a
It all
Deion
ties in.
fatigue. I don't think us as
No.
analysts.
I'm talking about the common fan, the common football
No,
fan.
no, no, no.
That just
I'm not talking
watches
about the
ESPN.
common fan. I'm
Gotcha.
talking
Okay,
about
okay.
us analysts, the people that analyze the game to the core. We know everything that is there to know, and how to put this team in perspective against the opponent. Do you think that this Deion tax thing also affects the way we view things?
I don't think it affects me.
Well, I think it does because, at least for me, let me just speak for myself. If I took Colorado off the jersey, took Prime off as the coach, and I said, okay, I have the potential #1 draft pick quarterback. I have the Heisman front runner, in my personal opinion, on my offense. Then I got a 1,000-yard wide receiver in the slot. I got another one. If you just give him the ball enough, he's gonna break for a touchdown. That's Jimmy Horn. And then I got Will Shepherd, who's a reliable wide receiver on the outside. Oh, by the way, I have a running back / wide receiver freshman named Draylon Miller. And I got Isaiah Augusta, Dallin Hayden. I got a 5-star offensive line. If I just started naming off the Colorado roster, and you didn't know this was Colorado I was talking about, right? I have the leading team in the Big 12 in sacks. I have one of the shutdown secondaries. I have one of the leading linebacker duos playing in the Big 12. And then I showed you the schedule of the remaining team. Yeah, I mentioned Will Shepherd. Okay. And then I showed you the schedule for the rest of the season. You'd be like, oh, Colorado going 10-2, or whatever team I just described is going 10-2. But I think we are also impacted by the 2023 season in that we're still kind of unsure that roster with this coaching staff has the ability to win out. But if I took the name off the jersey and Coach Prime wasn't the coach, I think many of us listening to this right now say this team is going 10-2. This is a cake schedule for the rest of the season for this roster I just listed.
So then that's the problem. That's a problem for some of us because we're still being affected by the Deion tax.
But listen, but for me, Harry, because I'm not a fan, I've told you I try to treat Colorado like I treat any other team. So I've been treating them as though they were nameless, faceless teams.
Come on, Phil. I'm gonna cut you off, and this is the reason why I'm doing that. If you reach in your heart of hearts, you're telling me that Deion's inexperience doesn't affect the way that you view and analyze the last 4 games?
I'm not treating him that. My analysis or my opinion of Deion.
So you're better than us.
No, come on, don't word it that way, because then that come on, don't do that, don't do that, because you already
like us to be the fan, and you know Coach Prime has messed up a few times, and you know that.
I understand, but my point is, I'm not
like still kind of like and having the roster, just like Common Sense just said, having the roster that we have and still being like unsure, and teams like Houston beating Utah, and we're still like, well, we don't know. That's the Deion tax affecting us.
But what I'm saying is, Harry, my feelings about Colorado and my quote unquote analysis of them has nothing to do with Deion. I look at Deion based off of him being a second-year coach in the P4. That's what I'm judging. How are you
doing? Is my question. How are you?
Because I'm not a fan of because I'm not a fan of Colorado. Like I can step away from the fandom. Like I can be honest. I can be honest. When I was
from Deion before, you call him you said he was a bad coach before.
Because based off of what I saw, he was at the time.
So now he's convinced you?
I didn't say. I'm not saying. I'm saying he's improved as a coach based off of what I've seen. Yes.
So you're better than us.
I'm not better than anybody. I'm not saying that. Don't do that, because you all, Harry, you're gonna make it hard in the chat because you know they already gonna be coming for you. Don't do that. Come on now.
No, because that would be us. No. I'm saying the way you think is pure and the way we think is tainted Because even though this is our coach and we should be in your position and you should be in our position. We should have
No, I'm not a fan though.
that's what I'm saying. So
So I can be unbiased. I
based
can be
on
unbiased.
no. I'm saying based on the fact that we're fans, we shouldn't have any what's the word? We should not think any less of our coach. You're just evaluating him based on football, but we're being affected by his tax. We're being affected by this Dion tax. Like maybe
Okay, yeah.
you
You're
feel me?
biased, yes.
Right. That's why I'm like, wait, how can we be in this position? We should be the one being like, oh yeah, with our coach, he's great. Our players, they're great. Our receivers room, oh my gosh. Shador, Lord have mercy. And we should be like, we're gonna pound everybody. But yet we sit back and we said, we just don't know yet.
Harry, you can't say pound everybody and then make that noise, man. That's a pause, bro.
Oh yeah. Okay.
Right. I think if we were as if we were as confident as our roster should make us versus our opponents, we should be having a much more confident conversation about winning out, right? Which we're not. Which is interesting, and it's something that we need to look at as fans because we might be hedging our expectation in anticipation of a potential implosion. Basically, all the progress they are making in the run game and Shador getting the ball out quicker, in the defense being dominant in the games where they have to be dominant, they would have to completely implode in order for the next 4 games for them to not win at least 2 and go 8-4, or make a run, right? Win out and really be in that conversation for the Big 12 championship. I think if we were as confident as fans, or maybe as some fans are, we would probably be looking at BYU's schedule or looking at Iowa State's schedule and starting to wish that they lose, right? Like, oh man, they still got to play Kansas. Okay, maybe that's a loss for them. Or they still got to play this team. I don't think we're quite there yet, even as analysts or people follow the team, which is an interesting thing.
But you know what's also interesting is why is it that I can look at BYU and look at their schedule and see who they got left and be so confident that there's no way they lose out. But then Colorado being just as strong, and I'm saying Colorado can beat Ohio State, but BYU is in our conference, and I'm saying, well, yeah. If we can beat Ohio State in my brain, then there's no way that anybody left on our schedule we can't beat. That's
the transitive property. That's how that should work. Yeah.
That's the thing that's messing me up right now. And I can't believe I'm sitting here not 100% confident that Colorado's going to win out, which is a weird dichotomy. It's a weird, like, what is psychology?
I'm going to be honest with you.
Can I have a therapist help me right now?
I think you're still a little traumatized from last year.
Maybe that's what it is.
I think here's the thing. You drink so much Kool-Aid and your belief in Prime that now you done got too high off your own supply. That's the problem.
I'm gonna take the low-key diss. Because I'm trying to learn right now. I'm trying to understand what's going on with me psychologically. So I don't mind the diss. Any other time, I'm coming for you, but it's okay. Go ahead and continue this.
But here's the thing. What I want to tell you, just like I was telling you last night, Harry, breathe. It's gonna be okay. The team that Colorado has shown us is gonna close out that ball game. And what did they do? They closed out the ball game, right?
Right.
The team that until Colorado shows us something different, the team that we've seen, especially the last 2 and 3 weeks, they're gonna finish out this season undefeated.
So let me
the bigger conversation is what's going to happen when it pertains to the conference championship game, because we got to have other factors play, for Colorado to be able to make it. But based off of what we've seen, you should be confident that Colorado can win out.
No, but come on, listen to our offline conversations. I'm confident, but I want to talk to welcome to the stage and let you know that when you say you don't believe, I don't know that what I'm dealing with is not believing. It's not about this. It's not about me believing. You have to be able to take the fan, the analyst, right? The person that analyzes the game on a different perspective and look at other teams and say, well, even though they are not playing up to their potential or to what we know that they're capable of, any given Saturday, these guys may show up. So it's not a matter of, do you believe Colorado can do X, Y, and Z? I think fans just make it as simple as that. But if you are a fan also, and you are an analyst, and you're trying to have a balanced show like Peter Investor says, then it's not as simple. You can't minimize it to just you don't believe. Because then I wouldn't analyze I wouldn't say 8-4. Because believe is having faith is, you're supposed to just have faith.
Why can't you believe in a team and still have
I would be 12-0 if it was just about believing.
Right. Why can't you believe and still have concerns?
Then according to faith, that's not believing.
Okay. Well,
you can't have those two dichotomies cannot live in the same mind.
Well, Lord help my unbelief. How about that?
I don't think that's how it works. but
ain't that in the Bible? That's the good book. The good book say,
no.
unbelief.
We can't just take stuff in the Bible and just apply
it.
Who
said it? No, but
Jesus wept and stuff like that.
Is it not words in the Bible? No. Can we agree?
No, that's not how it works, Phil. Slow down.
Is the word okay? Let me ask you this: is the word "and" in the Bible? Is the word "and" in the Bible?
What are you doing, Phil?
I'm simply trying to find something that we can agree
similar.
on.
Don't do this. You're going down the wrong road.
I want to make sure we can agree on something. Is the word and
we
Bible.
know we can agree on something, but what are you? Where you
just say
it?
I just want to hear you say it. You're not even willing to.
I'm not willing to say it because you always try to line me up. I can't do it. Let's go back to PFF.
It's not. Okay,
you try to line me up. Let's go back to PFF.
That was a big part of that game. And Dawn, if they go 10-2, or if they win 10 games, it'd be the first time since 2001 that they've won 10 games. And they actually have not won 6 games, which they've already clinched. They have not won 6 games in a season since 2016. Actually, excuse me, 2016 was the last time they won 10 games. They went 10-4 that year, but they have not won 6 games since then until right now. So really, really impressive job by Colorado.
Wait, how do you go 10-4 in a season? I'm new to college football. I'm asking for a friend.
10-4. I think he misspoke.
Oh, okay. I'm just
Colorado in this game. My most impressive part, Dawn.
Don't you have to play like a playoff game, 2 bowl games, and something else? Like the postseason, you got to play like 2 postseason games.
So 10-2 would make you go into the conference championship. That means you would lose the conference championship, and then that means you would lose the bowl game to be 10-4. Technically, is how that would work if you were Colorado.
Okay, just trying to make sure that there's not something in college football that's going to surprise me from this.
Come on, man.
Time.
I know this stuff, man. I got you.
Okay, cool. I appreciate you being here too. Let's go.
Stay on the offense. This offensive line dominated Cincinnati. 92.2 pass blocking grade in this game. This is 11 points higher than anything Colorado's done all year. It's also their highest graded pass blocking grade since that 2016 season.
Now, let's be fair, because we're fair on this channel. Was this based on the 3-man down? Or are we going to just give it to him without any nuance?
I think, yes, it could have played a factor, but I think the way the PFF works is based off of the actual man-to-man matchup and how they did against what they face. I don't think the stats look at what they were faced. I think it was based off how they handled what they were faced, if that makes sense.
Okay, so just from an ignorance perspective and just trying to make sense of it, because if we're applying this, and you know how somebody when somebody wants to make a point, a statement, their voice change, it gets a little deeper, and you're like, they were 90, right? When he says that. So that means that when we start analyzing the Texas game, does that mean that that's going to be consistent? But what happens if they're not in a three-man down and we digress? Then how do we analyze that?
Well, I would say based off of the last 2 or 3 games, I think the offensive line has been consistent.
Were they consistently 90 though?
No, they weren't consistently 90. But guess what? You don't always have to be 90 to win the ball game either. Sometimes 85 can get you to win the ball game. So I think the point is ultimately the offensive line is playing good football. If the offensive line continues to play good football, Shador will continue to get the ball to the person he needs to get the ball to, and the receivers that are on the other end of that pass that are going to catch the ball are going to find a way to get into the end zone, which means Colorado's going to score.
So okay, so I don't want to misinterpret this stat as okay. Now they're gelling and now they're moving on, and this is going to help us
The
big time because
the
this could
stat
be
is simply
huge.
based off of the stat is simply based off of last night. It's
Okay,
not a
so
it's not a it doesn't show the totality of the season. It is a snapshot of last night.
okay, so this is a selfie. Okay,
Against Oregon State. 0 sacks, 1 hit, 2 pressures allowed on 35 pass blocking snaps. And listen, Shador Sanders was sacked 1 time, but we credited that to him and not really the offensive line's fault because he held onto the ball too long. And he broke the pocket as well on his design rollout. So it was not on the offensive line. Jordan Seaton, 0 pressures allowed on 35 snaps. That true freshman left tackle is a stud. Hank Zielinskis, 0 pressures allowed on 35 snaps. And Dolan, we said this time and time again. If you give that kid, Shador Sanders, time, he will pick you apart. That goes for pretty much any defense in college football. And it went further in this game. 10.4 yards per pass against Cincinnati. And Shador Sanders' average time to throw was over 3 seconds. He had all the time in the world back there. And with
3
him
seconds
being
is a
the
lot.
best processor in college football, you give that kid time back there, he will pick you apart. And Colorado's offensive line, better than we've ever seen from them in like 8 years, gave him time. And that's why Colorado was able to just dominate in the passing game.
Yeah,
all right. So with that being said, can anybody make sense of why Shador is not being mentioned for the Heisman? Because the only other person that I see is Cam Ward. Because solely
Aaron,
numbers, if
no.
we're just going off of strictly numbers, I understand the argument. But if it comes to what they just said about processing, having time, then why is he not just mentioned? Go ahead, whoever that was. Was that Phil?
Yeah, I was just gonna say real quick, Shador had a lot of time. That's great. The offensive line was able to give him protection, but that also means that the more time he's in the pocket, that means the receivers are not necessarily getting open on time. So like tradition, typically it's a 3-step, 5-step drop. By the time you get to the back of your drop, you want to go ahead and get the ball out your hands. So that means those receivers weren't getting open as quick in that zone coverage that Cincinnati had. It's just the fact that Cincinnati's defensive line couldn't get to Shador. Now, as far as why Shador is not being mentioned in the Heisman Trophy race, I just think for whatever reason they don't want to have 2 guys from the same team. So they're gonna put more emphasis on Travis because uh, he's the unicorn in this situation where Shador, while he is very good, we've seen quarterbacks just as good as him throughout the years. We haven't seen a Travis before. So I
But
think
is
Travis
it
is just
based
going to
on throughout
overshadow
the
him.
years or two? Isn't it the same snapshot we're talking about? They're taking a
It
snapshot of this year.
it should be that way, yes. But what I think is happening
It's the
is that the
Dion tax.
Travis, yeah, I think the Dion tax, but I think moreover, I think Travis is just going to overshadow him because they're on the same team. If they were on different teams, I think you could almost pit them against each other. But because they're on the same team, I think the media is just going to gravitate towards Travis a little bit more, unfortunately. But Shador
A
deserves that
mention.
recognition. Yeah,
Right,
he,
right.
he
That's what I'm
definitely
saying. Like
deserves
he
it,
should be
hands
in the
down,
conversation, right? Like
hands
even if
down.
he
Yeah.
doesn't win, let him be in the conversation. Because I don't know that he wins because most of this is going to be based on numbers. So he's not going to win based on numbers because his numbers are not close to what other quarterbacks are doing. But man, he should be in that conversation week after week. For what he does is just amazing. But something else I want to bring up is Jordan Seaton. Jordan Seaton is a true freshman. Oh, you wanted to add something to that comment, sis?
Yeah, so I think talking about the offensive line grade, I think you gotta give Pat Shermer's credit for that grade as well, because I think to date, for me, that was Pat Shermer's best play calling game so far this season. Nothing seemed forced. nothing seemed like they were doing anything out of obligation. It looked like they went in there with a game plan and they executed it. So the fact that he has so many run plays kept that defensive line honest. They couldn't just pin their ears back and attack those offensive linemen. So to Harry, to your point, we're going to continue to see grades like this if they continue to have the kind of success they need to have in the run game. The reason why they struggled so much in the early in the season is because defenses didn't have to worry about the run. They could just come, right? You could bring 5-person blitz, 4 people on the blitz because they weren't going to run the ball. So now that they're running the ball and you can keep those linemen honest, I think you're going to see high passing scores in the pass game. And I think that's because Pat Shermer recognizes that he needs to put his offensive line in a position to win as well, not just Shakur.
And I see what you're saying, and I'm going to add to that and say Prime has actually been very active in vetoing a lot of what he's hearing in his headphones and saying, nah, let's do this. So I do have to give some of the credit to Prime because, I mean, year 2023, he sat back and was like, all right, I trust this dude. He's the great white hope. I'm sorry I said that, but still, and let him rock out. Let Sean Lewis rock out. And it didn't work out the way that he really wanted it to.
Harry, I think the thing that makes me the most pleased with what I'm seeing from Colorado is that they were able to make adjustments from like the things that kind of crippled them last year. That we kind of it looked like at the start of the season it carried over to this season, but the fact that they were able to kind of right the ship after that Nebraska game, get their run defense together, make changes on the offensive line, and be able to protect Shador. That's the thing I'm most impressed about because you have to make adjustments. If something's not working, you can't keep doing the same thing over and over again. That's not just football, that's life. You know what I mean? So the fact that they're able to make adjustments is the thing that I'm most pleased about when it comes to the Colorado coaching staff. So hats off to them.
And Colorado actually learned a lot from their losses. Usually people say when you lose, that's when you learn the most. You see what I mean? Because the stink of defeat, that losing. So pivot to when we lost. I was having a thought, because you know how when you're in the shower and the water is draining on you, that's when you have some of your best thoughts.
Sensory deprivation.
Okay, so that sensory situation happened today, and I was thinking, I said, I'm kind of happy that Colorado lost to Nebraska right at the time where we were peaking, and then lost to K-State. Those 2 losses are what got us to 6-2. Because obviously because of the records, but I'm just saying, like,
no, I got you. I follow you. No. I pick up what you put down. Go ahead. Now go on to preach. Keep preaching. I'm with you.
Okay, cool. Thank you for holding me up. But I feel like the thing of defeat, the way they lost to K-State, the way they lost to Nebraska, and people were ready to write them off. Like, see what I told you? They went back and they said, okay, let's use this energy. From there, they won. And then when we lost to K-State with that 3 points, oh man, I felt bad. And I knew right away. I was like, I sensed something because I did say how we lose was going to be important. They weren't supposed to lose that game the way they lost that game. And the way that they lost helped them to be where they're at. And now I feel like those 2 losses have got them dialed up. Just came at the very right time in the season where the first one set us up for the middle of the season to get to the middle of the season. And then that K-State loss is going to help us to finish the season. It's just a thing that I'm thinking.
Now, Harry, let me ask you this. If you want to use that logic for Colorado, can I then use that same logic as an Alabama fan? Because all the people in the chat
give me a little bit more meat. Let me pause.
Because
give me Colorado, a little bit more information so I can understand what you're training.
I'm an adult. You ain't got to pause. I'm not gonna take it that way.
But I can't. A man can't say, "Give me a little bit more meat."
But I
That
mean,
would
what if you at a
never
Brazilian?
fly.
But
That would
what if you at a
never.
Brazilian
It can
steakhouse?
only
What if you're at a
fly when you're
Brazilian
on
steakhouse?
TV. Look, when you're on TV and you're in the booth, dude, those dudes be getting away with murder.
A big gaping hole, yeah, all that kind of
Yeah,
stuff.
yo, I'll be like, there's no way these dudes are saying this with a straight face because you know
Yeah,
they have a
wide
pause.
open, yeah,
Right, they have a pause button with a so they can
like
cough. Like
5 second.
yeah, they have a little in their hands. They have a little clicker because they're live, so they'll click the
Hmm.
button to stop their audio or to pause their microphone so that they can cough or you know what I'm saying or like either take a or laugh or something. So I'm sure they'll be using that, but I'll be like, there's no way these dudes are in that booth and they're not pausing.
Okay, so so my point about Bama is that like with Colorado, the two losses that Colorado had has
Mhm,
set them up for where they are now, and now they have a renewed focus. They're locked in. They made adjustments. Can that
mhm.
same logic not be used for Alabama? Alabama has the same record as Colorado right now. They've had two losses. People are kind of writing them off. Kellen DeBoer is not the right guy for Alabama. They need to bench Jalen Milroe and put Ty Simpson in. Like, can we not say that Alabama could be peaking at the right time and made the right adjustments? Because I mean,
Can
both
you?
of
Hold
them are
on,
kind
hold
of
on, hold on, hold on. Let me just say what I think about that, right? So it depends on if these are symptoms or if this is an illness, right?
Mhm, okay.
So when you look at Alabama, they lost Saban, they bring in a new head coach, right? And very, very highly ranked, start the season off strong, and then they have some losses. But they don't lose in typical Alabama fashion. If you're gonna beat Alabama, you're gonna have to earn it up until maybe even the last second. I think because Alabama's losses, I mean, excluding the one to Vanderbilt, it felt like they got beat up like Colorado did against Nebraska, which is why it was so devastating after that Nebraska loss. It almost felt like the whole season was lost because of how bad they got beat that game. I
Mhm.
think the question to you as an Alabama fan, do you think these are just symptomatic issues that can be treated with over the counter medication, or is Alabama really dealing with something serious? What's your perspective as a fan?
Good question.
well.
Very
I'm
good
sorry,
question.
Gerald D brought up nobody cares about Alabama, even though he brought up Alabama earlier, but that's neither here nor there. So the way I view Alabama is the things that they have struggled with this year are the same things that they struggled with last year. So I think it is more of who they are as a team than just a blip, so to speak. I think they are prone to get not turnovers. They're prone to get penalties in inopportune times. Their third down conversion ratio is terrible. That transferred over from last year, and their average third down distance is like 7.5 yards, which means you're going to have to pass. Teams know that they're going to have to pass, meaning they can gear up and try to blitz Jalen Miro. And on defense, the secondary still hasn't fixed all the problems they need to with their busted coverage. And now they got Keon Sayop with the ankle injury. He was the transfer from Michigan. So now you got Bray Hubbard out there, the white guy playing safety. He looked pretty good yesterday, but there's still some question marks on defense. So I would say overall, I think they are still very beatable. But at the same time, if they're going to make the adjustments they need to make during the bye week, I think they could be successful throughout the rest of the season.
So I'm hearing sickness and not symptom.
I mean, yeah. I would say that there's still some things that need to be fixed because, like I said, there's some stuff they carried over from last year that I'm still concerned about. But this bye week will be a big tell on whether or not they change some things because this LSU game for both teams is really going to determine if either one of them have a chance to make the playoffs. Because if you lose, you're going to have three losses, and then you're pretty much out. So this is a playoff game in 2 weeks against LSU, and not to mention it's a rivalry game. Kelly DeBoer's first time in Death Valley, so it's going to be a big matchup. So that game against LSU is going to tell you everything you need to know about Alabama moving forward. And I
So
think
it,
in some ways the
But
same can be said about Colorado against Texas Tech in 2 weeks.
But the one differentiation I want to make is that this Colorado team has only been together for 8 months. So you got a 6-2 Alabama team that they've been successful in keeping that team together for 2 years. So these guys have been playing together for two. Okay, go ahead. Maybe I
are
might
you
be
sure
wrong.
about that? I mean, you are just a tad because there are a lot of transfers. Especially with offensive line, they got a transfer starting at center, transfer at wide receiver. They got transfers in the secondary, transfers on the defensive line, and not to mention this is a very new coaching staff. They're learning a new offensive scheme, and they're learning a whole new defensive scheme as well because Kane Womack runs a 3-3-5. So all the terminology and everything like that is totally different on both sides of the ball. So while they may have some guys that came back from last year, they're still learning a whole new defense and a whole new offense. So I think you have to play that. I think that plays a factor as well, and I
So
think
so
that's
so
fair.
they're having to think a little bit more, just like Colorado in 2023. They're thinking a little bit
Yeah,
more than just playing football the way that they need to play. So then I ask you this question: is Colorado thinking less this year? And what Livingston said that he's going to do, he's on point. Like he's been on point saying, look, we need to have these guys just play football the way that they play football and not have them think as much. Because when we try to use that Alabama system, we were coming off like, oh my gosh, like what are we doing? Like guys, the
yeah,
communication was off. Guys were missing assignments. They didn't know which, if somebody's coming over, like Shiloh, if somebody's coming, nobody knows who to take. we're running into each other. So this year it seems like we're more relaxed and we're playing football naturally. Would that be an interpretation of what we're talking about as far as like not having to overthink plays or in a new system?
I mean, yeah, that's what I'm saying. That Kelly defense that he brought over from Alabama is known to be a difficult defense. When Saban does his coach's interview after the game, and he kind of breaks down the play and shows what happens on defense, it's a lot going on in that secondary. And I think with Livingston kind of simplifying the defense and then going to more of like a man coverage, I think he kind of puts it straight forward and just let guys that are playmakers go out there and make plays. So I think that's the beneficial part of that defense this year.
Hey, what's your BFF talking about? She said this twice already. If I didn't know any better, I would have thought CU lost. Where is this coming from? What are we
Can you still
saying
not
that
can you still not criticize a team in a win though? Like I mean, we just pointing out what happened. Like I don't think it's doom and gloom over here.
this show is a celebration show for CU winning, being bowl eligible? So I can't do a show, and the 2 hour show that I'm doing got to be CU won.
Yeah, that's what they want the pom poms out. That's what that is,
CU
I
won.
guess.
I can't do a whole show, 2 hour show with CU won. Like I got 8 more minutes left on the clock. CU won. This whole show is about me coming on Sunday to just lean in on the fact that Colorado is bowl eligible, and the
Which is great.
conversation the
Which is great.
conversation actually has to evolve, so it can't just stay at CU1. We're grateful. Then you would not be here. You'll be like, okay, is there another show somewhere I can get some information from? Like, what do you want from me, Shante? Why are you doing this to me? They are both eligible. The 2 wins was historic. I think Shante just want us to repeat this line right here.
You know what, Harry?
What?
This is why I don't get down with Shantae. She put sugar in her grits. You can't trust her.
I know. How can you put sugar in grapes? But but some people don't like pineapples on pizza either. And that's the thing. I love like the pineapple
Bro, Hawaiian
chicken.
pizza. Oh my God, yes. A1, man. You can't beat it, man. Put
Bro,
that pineapple on that pizza, man.
I'm like, yo, I was like the chicken with the pineapple pizza. I want that every day. Like, I don't know who thought of it, but that's like the best idea ever.
Right.
But sugar and grits, Shante, stop playing with me. What do you want from me? Stop. You know why I like her? Because I feel like I need somebody to be good and bad at the same time, right? Because
Right.
they keep you on your toes, because they can give you a good compliment, and then they rip into you, and you're like, thank God. At least this is not
Yo,
an echo chamber.
you know what, Harry? Let me ask you a question. Let me ask you a question real quick. You're a measured man.
Uh-huh.
How do you feel about when people say, I hate to say it, but I have to agree with so and so? Why would you hate to say you agree with the truth? If somebody's saying
Because
the truth, then why would you
because
hate it? Hold on, let me finish real quick. I know how you feel about Donald Trump, but if Donald Trump says 2 + 2 = 4, you can't say no, it equals 5.
well, okay, that's the perfect example that you bring up. If you don't like somebody, right? If you're not, if you do, if you don't favor someone, I use a couple of people in this in here. I don't know if it's the Texas Truth, but me and the Texas Truth, we kind of like have a some kind of understanding. Every now and then they'll detract, but I think right? So somebody that's like, like they come at you often, they would make those type of things. So I think it's somebody that detracts from you. But when they have to agree with you, it's like it hurts, right? Like we have a couple of guys on the panel that have that same thing. It kind of hurts for them to have to agree with you. So when they have to agree with you, that's where that comes from. Like, man, I hate having to. I
But no,
hate
I've seen Prime Effect do it. I've
uh-huh.
seen Shantae do it. I've seen the Texas Truth do it. I don't think Gerald's done it yet, but one day I'm gonna win him over. Gerald, you my homeboy. You don't know it, but we cool. You know what I'm saying? We thick as thieves.
Well,
But like
Prime
it's
Effect and
just
Shantae is Travis Hunter, just so you know.
okay. They him. Is that what that means?
No, Travis Hunter and Prime Effect and Shantae is Travis Hunter. They're two people in one.
Oh, okay. That's a bit. I like it. Entrepreneurial type ish. Okay,
Okay, right. I was
okay.
that was
I
that's
dig
the
it. I dig
it's
it.
the same person, but that's offense. Offense is doing is I think offense is Prime Effect 101 doing the weekdays, trying to play offense, and then defense is Shantae when you don't necessarily have to be on offense. If that makes any sense, did I help
No,
you,
I
Shantae?
respect it. I
Okay,
respect it.
okay,
I respect it.
okay. But yeah, but okay. So let's get up out of here. But let's end on this question that I have here. Are we? Is prom has prom arrived? Because somebody said earlier, year number one was we coming. Year number two is we're here. Are we here?
I mean, you're both eligible, so you gotta say yeah. You gotta say yeah. Listen, man. Like you can. I understand you trying to be measured and all that stuff here, but like this is a time to be excited. Like seriously, man. Like to go from a 1-11 team 2 years ago to a 4-8 team last year to
This is
being
not
bowl
about me
eligible.
though. This is not
Okay,
for me.
regardless. Okay,
The
regardless.
question is
You
for
yes,
the
yes.
public
Colorado,
at large.
yes, Colorado is a legit football team.
So we
Am I
beat
saying
all
they're
the
going to win
charges.
it?
We beat all the charges.
I wouldn't say that because
Okay, tell me which charge. That's why I set my questions up the way I do it. Tell me which charges
they're
Colorado has not beat yet.
you know what? Hold on, wait a minute. Let me slow down for a second because I think I'm about to put too much expectations on them in season two. I was about to say, well, they haven't beat all the charges because they're not a championship
Should
team,
we
but I
identify the
also think that's
charges?
not fair.
Should we identify the charges before
Yeah,
we?
let's do that. Let's do that. That'll be fair. Let's do that. Let's do that.
It's a circus over there. Nobody wants to go over there because it's a circus. It's a
Okay, stop
clown
right
show.
there. Okay,
Okay,
let's stop right there.
okay, go.
I think the idea of it being a circus has
Hmm.
definitely pulled back a lot since last year. I think people still don't understand quote unquote the culture of it with
Hmm.
like having the DJ and the chains and all that stuff. I think there's still going to be people who don't care for that. But as far as the circus and it being a distraction, I don't think that conversation is still being had right now.
So we beat that charge.
You beat that charge.
So okay,
Not
so
guilty.
what the circus charge and the clown show and the clown emojis, are we packaging those together, or we have to separate that and have separate
I I
conversations about
I
them?
would me personally, I package that together. But if you want to do it separate, I would still say whatever the second charge is you're asking me, they beat that charge as well when it
Okay,
when it pertains to the clown emoji and stuff. You're a
Okay.
bowl eligible team. Like that means something. Like especially going like you're 6-2 right now. It's not
Mm-hmm.
like they won the last game of the season and then became bowl eligible. They became bowl eligible in 9 weeks. That means something, dude.
Right, right. And that's why we're leaning into this. Has Coach Prime beat the charge of he's not a program builder?
No, he hasn't beat that charge only because in order to build a program, you have to be there for more than 2 years. So I would need to see him at me personally, I would need to see him at Colorado for at least like 5 or 6 years. With that being said, the
Wait,
things
wait,
that
wait, wait,
he's
wait.
doing,
Pause. Wait. Matt Rule hasn't been in Nebraska for more than 6 years, but he's a program builder.
no. He's a program builder based off of what he's done at other programs. That's why they're saying that, not because of what he's done at Nebraska right now. Let's be fair, Harry.
All right,
It's
that
based
was a
off his
that was
history,
a
and
misguarded question, but
it was based
statement.
off
But
his.
finish your
It was
thought
based off
because
it.
I want to get common sense buffs thoughts too. But finish your thought. Go ahead.
No. So as far as being a program builder, you
Mm-hmm.
need time, and that's why I'm willing to give Colorado time because he needs to be there for more than 2 years to say what he's done has been successful. You need more. What is it for? Like you need more evidence for your case study, and 2 years is not long enough to say he's building a program. With that being said, I think he's doing the right things, and I feel confident that he can build a program at Colorado. I just can't say he's done it after 2 years. Is that at least fair? Are you understanding what I'm saying?
I'm not ready to say yes or no to your question. But let
I'm
me
not
just.
saying do you agree. I'm just saying do you understand my point.
Oh,
I'm just trying to make sure I'm articulating my point.
you're articulating what you believe in your head.
Cool, that's fine. As long as I'm articulating it, I'm good.
Okay, cool. Common sense buff. We're talking about charges. Do you believe that Prime is now should now be considered a program builder?
Nah, not yet. I think
Okay.
he is. I think he's building uh, a program now. Um,
So,
that's what
hold on.
college
Pause that.
football
Hold on.
establishment is afraid of.
Pause 1 second. 4-8 from 1-11 to 4-8, year 2 bowl eligible. You're saying with that trajectory, that would not be considered. At least let's put some respect on program building. No. Okay, so he jumped off. So same thing to you, Phil. We still have to wait to even give him say, you know what? We can give him, yes, he's a program builder for what he did at Jackson State, right? And what he is currently achieving at Colorado in year number 2. That's not program builder. Like we can say, oh yeah, that right there, that trajectory, that's program builder trajectory.
Okay, if your argument is the trajectory, then yes, I agree. He's on
My
the
argument
trajectory
is
of being a program
definitely
builder.
1000% trajectory.
Okay, but your question initially was, is he a program builder like currently? I would say no, based off of what he's done at Colorado, because it's only been 2 years, because I want to be fair. But he's showing things that lets me know he's on the right trajectory to be a program builder. So
But no.
I have
Okay,
confidence in
let me
Colorado.
rephrase it because I think my brain can do this. Let me help my brain
Okay.
out. If you're gonna label someone, let me bring on common sense buff again. Just hold on, common sense. If you're labeling somebody a program builder, you're doing it based on historical information, and then you're also doing it if he goes somewhere else and he continues to do what he did somewhere else, then
Right.
that's what we consider. So that's the reason why you said Matt Rule is being considered that. So he went
Correct.
to right. So he goes to Jackson State, does it over there, right?
Hmm.
He comes to Colorado, year number 1. He takes them from 1-11 to he won three more games than the prior year. Year number 3, he's already won 6 games, so that's 5 more games. Wouldn't you say from that? That's trickling down to what specifically a program builder is.
I
No,
said he's showing the signs of it. I'm simply saying I can't give it to him right now after 2 years. That's all. I want to. I need to see more evidence of it. Longevity, just like how not Dabo Sweeney, Jimbo Fisher was able to win a national championship at Florida State, but he
Mhm.
wasn't able to sustain it. I want to see Dion be able to sustain it. And I think that's fair before we put these heightened names on him. Because what if, okay, now he's a program builder. Okay, so what happens next year if Colorado goes 4-8? Obviously, they're not going to do that. But what I'm saying is, like, I'm not trying to put that on him right now. I want to see more evidence of it before I say it. But I'm confident in what I'm seeing right now to say that he will be, quote unquote, a program builder. That will be his title, or that will be a adjective that people use when they talk about him as a coach.
prime effect. What? I mean, not prime effect. Common sense. What do you think about that terminology?
Yeah, I think that's usually based on someone's track record, right? And when I say track record, I mean it in like in Division One FBS football. That it's a little club, right, of coaches that have prescribed what it means to be a program builder, or what it means to have a winning culture, or what it means to be a great football coach, and they all are in this particular mold. So when they throw around the title of you're a program builder, what they mean is that you're a coach that fits the mold of what a coach should be. You go to a team, you don't rely on the transfer portal, you go to high school, you recruit your players. It takes you 3, 4, 5 years to get a good winning season. Oh, yeah, this guy's a program builder. Prime is not like that. Prime understands that he's under a different level of scrutiny on having to win now. So most of the criticism that Prime got last year about whether or not he's a program builder was as a result of how he was approaching program building, right? It wasn't going to fit the mold because he knew he needed to win fast in order to be able to recruit. Now that he's winning, doing it his way, he now has the foundation of what he needs to build a program that might mirror what some of these other coaches might credit him as a program builder. For example, high school recruiting. We see the fact that he's now winning using a team made up primarily of guys who are ready to play on day one. You see now he's getting the high school recruits. Going forward, especially if they go 10-2 or 9-3 or at least 8-4, that is only going to strengthen his hand in recruiting. And it's also going to give him an opportunity to keep a lot of guys on this team so they can make another run next year. So I wouldn't necessarily call him a program builder off of a year and a half, but I think he's building the program his way, which will set him up for success in the future. That's just the way I look at it.
So
Thank you,
let me
Common
tell you
Sense Buff.
what you say, Phil?
I was just saying thank you because Common Sense Buff is so articulate and he's well respected on the channel. So for him to agree with me and to put it in the terms that he did, that just makes me feel good. So that's all. I just wanted to give him his flowers. That's all.
Don't listen to Phil, man, because you would line you up. Like the next one could be heavy. So just be
Nah,
careful how you expect.
this ain't a setup, man. I'm not
Oh,
gonna do
okay.
y'all like that. I'm not gonna do a black man like that.
Well, yes, you would, because you done me like that. So I'm
My
as black as
enemies
they
are
That's
come.
crazy.
So let's.
my enemies are succeeding.
Okay. So Alpine Sports, Alpine Garage Sports says, I think a good point is that program builders do it with many turns in key positions like quarterback, key coaches, etc. So, um, if we look at USC, right, we think of what's his Riley as the quarterback whisperer.
Yeah, Lincoln
So
Riley.
Lincoln Riley, right? We're thinking about we think of him as the quarterback whisperer because of how many number one quarterbacks he's put in the NFL, how many key positions that he's turned around and made effective. So now Coach Prime, he got his key positions would be like DBs and just I would say like you can't say about his son because his son leaves and we gotta wait to see what happens next year at the quarterback position to give him that crown. So I think it's fair. It will be fair to say, okay, he needs time based on what Alpine says. He would need time for us to be able to crown him. So
That's
then,
what I'm saying too.
right. That's what I'm saying. So what you're saying, he would need if this the key positions, we don't have enough data to be able to say. But he's coming on late. We about to be out of here. But let me allow Panda to chime in. Give me your Panda. Give me your thoughts on Program Builder. Welcome to the show, Panda. How you doing today, brother? I appreciate you.
What's up? What's up, black man?
Boo.
Hey man, how was the
Tomato,
audio
tomato.
today at church?
Panda,
Man,
panda, panda.
church audio was cool, man, but you have some people think they got to yell to project their voice, so it's
Okay,
always
just turn their mics off and let them do watermelon.
it was interesting. Always
Watermelon.
interesting.
So we try to articulate if is Prime has he beat all the charges. So far, he's beat the clown emoji. It's a circus. We're kind of bundling those together. It's no longer a circus at Colorado. There's no more clown emojis. We're not delusional anymore. I think that's another one we have to separate from the clowns. Are we still delusional? But let's deal with delusion in a second. Let's set that aside for a second. Has Coach Brown beat the charge of not a program builder at Colorado? Or is that fair to even analyze right now?
I want to agree with common sense, Buff, but I just want to disagree with Phil. Even though the
You can't
point
do
is,
that. You
You
can't
can't
do
do
that.
that
You can't
because they're
separate the
packaged. They
two.
come as a package.
You can't separate the two, Panda.
Their thoughts are
just-
coming as a
Just
package.
accept it. Just accept it for what it is, Panda. Come on over to the dark side. It's warm over here, I promise you.
It's what you said earlier, Phil. I hate to agree with.
I'm struggling with agreeing with Phil. That's the problem.
Oh
Because
man.
I'm in the
Y'all
comments
made my
saying-
day, man. Y'all made my
saying
day.
word semantics but I don't know, man. I
Hey,
think
you use some Jamaican rephrasing or use some island rephrasing.
I don't know. I just think
Oh,
everything they saying is correct, right?
man.
But we are doing it by a standard that doesn't exist going forward.
Wait. What do you mean? A standard that does not exist going forward?
Because when you're building legacy programs,
Is
right?
this sustainable going forward or doesn't exist going forward? What do you mean doesn't exist?
Well, if I'm to go say 70-30 in building my program, meaning I go and I look for all the 5 and 4 stars coming out of high school, right?
40-40-20.
Or if we use that template, there's no guarantee for me to keep them to build them in the new era of NIL, right?
Okay.
And it's a danger of going through the process of developing a kid for the second year to be ready in a second year where college football isn't going in that direction, right? So Prime saying, I need you to go on day one, it's a whole different ballgame. And like Common Sense said, he's doing it his way, which shaking up the whole landscape of college leadership from the athletic director standpoint all the way down to coaches or even the players.
But
So
what is he doing that's so different? He ain't changing no dynamic. 40-40 didn't come from him. That came from another program.
yeah, but what I'm saying, he doesn't go 40-40.
No, he's 40-40-20. That's how he's been recruiting.
Yeah, but as far as functioning, we have been more transfer students and portal than any other team, right?
But you still can use the formula to
I
acquire
agree.
the 40% graduate, the 40% undergrad, and the 20% high school.
But this is what I'm saying, right?
Mhm.
The legacy building programs that would have qualified him to be in the club that we are trying to put him in, that model don't necessarily exist anymore. But if we were
That's
to
true.
say, huh?
No, I was saying that's true, but also I think sometimes we give a little bit too much credit to the transfer portal. I think there are going to be programs that can keep their guys. Yes, you're going to have guys go, but I don't think it's going to be every program is going to have 50, 60% of their roster transfer every year. I don't think that's what we're going towards.
I wouldn't say that, but then there's no the thing about it is Colorado only been to 3 ball games in like 15 years, bro, right? Including the 2020 the COVID year that I don't like to give you, Phil, right? So it's only been 3 ball games. So it's very difficult to compare Colorado where they're coming from because we got to do it based on where he went. So Coach Prime went to a program with 3 bowl entrances in the last 15 years. So for him to come now and to add a bowl, they haven't been there in a while. So it's changing the program. Then he also
Agreed.
changed the program financially. He also changed the program with the demographic of the students. He also changed the program with making our quality players want to come here, right? So
He made
that
the team much darker.
Panda.
Mhm.
Listen, I hate to hurt your feelings, but
Mhm.
we're not disagreeing about anything right now, dude. We are
That's what
locked.
I'm trying to
We're
avoid.
locked
Don't
step.
come on
We're
my
locked step. We locked
So
step
yeah,
right
so
now,
you're
man.
failing at your mission to disagree with him. You're basically just giving him a bear hug,
And I'm okay with that, man.
not a panda hug. You give what are pandas bears? Panda bear. Oh yeah,
Uh,
yeah.
they're marsupials. No, koalas are marsupials.
But on
I
panda,
think.
they say panda bear.
Yeah,
yeah.
they call it panda bear. Yeah.
Okay, so you're giving him a panda bear hug right now. You're not disagreeing with him. You're just furthering what he's saying.
Yeah, I was just trying to make sure that people know that I don't think like him. That's all.
And
Okay,
there's nothing wrong with that, man. If
it's
both
nothing.
of us agree,
It's
no,
okay.
Panda. Let me ask you this, Panda. Is 10 more than 9?
Oh God, don't do it. Do not fall into the.
Panda, answer the
Don't fall
question.
into that trap.
Is 10 more than 9?
Does the Bible have "and" in it?
Yeah. Does the Bible have and in it?
Man, I feel like I'm on the stand right now. I plead the
Oh
Did
fifth.
my
Jesus
God, we
weep?
can't even. Okay, Panda. Okay, I got something real simple for you.
Oh
Is
Lord,
Atlanta the
he just
capital of
called you
Georgia?
simple.
No, I said I have a simple question. Is Atlanta
But
the
you just called
capital of
him simple
Georgia?
though.
I'm just trying
Well,
to find something we
he
can agree
can't
on.
he
all
can't
right,
comprehend
I'm
complex
gonna agree.
thoughts.
Atlanta is the major city of Georgia.
It's the capital of Georgia.
The
That's
major
we can
city.
agree on it, right?
Yes.
Okay, cool. Thank you. That's all. That's all I needed. My
Wait,
day is
wait,
good
wait, hold
now.
on. You just gonna leave him out? You gonna throw a hook and then when the fish bite,
Yeah,
you leave it out there? What are
that's
we
messed
doing?
up, man.
That's
That's
why it's
messed
about
up.
to rain. I'm looking at
You,
the sky. It's about to
you
rain
threw
now.
the hook in there and the fish bit it, and you just said, "Okay, I'm good now. I'm just glad that I got a bite. That's it."
I just wanted somebody to agree with me. That's all.
That, that's all
Harry, I
you want?
blame you, man. I was doing good, staying out of the traps,
Oh my
bobbing
God.
and weaving, ducking.
Okay. Hey, okay, so now another charge. Has Colorado, maybe not Coach Prime, but the fan base, have we beat the charge of delusional? And let me set it up, Phil, before you jump the gun. When we were bullish on this team, when we were analyzing the players and saying, no, this guy's good, forget about 2023, because we were still delusional and clowns, has the fan base beat the charge of delusional fan base? Have we beat that charge?
So listen, my issue. I never. Let's try to be fair, Harry. I
I'm
never
not saying
gave.
you now. Remember now, I'm talking
I know.
about the charges
I
at
know.
wide.
Phil,
But
be
I'm saying
careful of
I.
your words. I got a good memory.
Okay, cool. I never gave a lot of energy to the extremes. So when we had people on the panel that said Colorado would have two 1,000-yard rushers, I never gave energy to that. So
Tim
I
and
don't
them.
deal. I don't.
Tim.
I don't. I don't. No, no, that was a tennis channel. I don't. I
Oh,
don't. I
yeah,
don't
yeah,
deal
yeah.
with that. I don't give that energy. So as far
Yeah.
as like
I
the
think I
regular
said
fan
800, but
base,
I think tennis was going in.
but as far as like the regular fan base, I think y'all have beat the Chargers. I think y'all are confident in your team. I think y'all deserve to be able to pop your ish because your team is winning. I don't think anybody that said uh 10-2 that's trying to still stand on that is delusional. I think at the time I see why people would think it was delusional, but me listening to Tim, I think it was Tim and Ron were the two that said 10-2. Just listening based off of what they said, I think they were bringing up valid points. I just didn't agree with them, and I didn't see it for what they saw it. But right now, I don't think CU fans are delusional for having confidence in their team. No, I think they beat the Chargers, not guilty.
So, like I said, I want all my apologies in all caps. But common sense buffs. I'm not. I know I'm not going to get my apologies in all caps. It's okay. Do you believe that we've beat the charges of delusional? And you started your channel kind of like in the midst of the fire when we were all going through it. I've been around a little longer, but so I've gotten like some of the oldies but goodies. Like y'all are clowns. Y'all don't know anything about football. All of y'all don't know nothing about no football. You're just a bunch of primates. So the oldies but goodies, I've been around for all of them. Do you believe the delusional part? I don't want to go into all of the craziness, but do you believe we beat the charge of delusional?
Yeah, I think delusional only applies when you're losing and you think you're better than you are. That's a delusion to me. But when you're winning, you people ain't got nothing to say.
We get lucky.
Nah, I don't mean winning sometimes is luck. You can say like that win that we pulled off against Baylor, that last minute one gets dropped, other one gets caught. You can call that luck, but it doesn't matter if you win.
Right.
A lucky win is still a win, right?
Because they could have gotten lucky too when Colorado lost 6 in a row, right? That was luck for them to be able to get the microphone. So,
yeah, but what I'm saying is I don't think people don't think we're delusional, because if Colorado loses the next 4 games, they'll be right back.
That's true. That is so.
You know what I'm saying? They're just waiting, right? There's nothing about winning that can make, no matter what you say. Like Floyd Mayweather can say, "I'm better than Ali. I'm better than Tyson. I'm the best dude who ever put on boxing gloves. Sugar Ray Leonard ain't got nothing on me," and you can't really say nothing to him.
You can.
No, you can, but he has a right. He has a right to be as delusional as he wants to, because he's 50-0.
Never lost.
Yeah, but
Right,
he
he's
was
never lost.
fading people in their prime. He wasn't executing real die-hard boxing.
That's not the point.
That's not the point.
Lost.
I was just
He could be.
I'm just proving common sense to be right.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. So anybody can call him delusional however much they want, but he has the right because he has the wins to back up what he's saying. Delusions are only reserved for people who think they're better than they are, and the record demonstrates that. But you still can't see we're not running the ball. You still can't see Shador's holding the ball too long. You still can't see we don't have players in the trenches. It's like having that conversation is why I started my channel called Common Sense. You can support a team, but you still need to have common sense about you. So right now, Colorado, delusional or not, can say whatever we want because we're 6-2.
And you're right.
You can't take that away.
I like the end of that.
It's very hard for them to have their the microphone. They can't take the microphone away if we win out. That's why I said we cannot go anything less than 8 games. If we lose, if we don't win enough, if we don't win 8 games, we will share the microphone. I don't want to share the microphone. I'm so tired of these dudes. Like, I don't want to share the mic, bro.
but to Panda, real quick, okay? Here's what I'm saying. We're 6-2 right now.
Yeah. Heat you up, bro. Go ahead.
And it's all good. Big shout out to the chat. Big shout out to Alpine Sports Garage. That's my guy.
In the fight, yo. I don't know why Panda. He got his boxing gloves on every time he comes to the channel. He be ready to fight. I don't know why.
Yeah, you need to start working out before you come on the show, man. You need to work out first and then come on the show.
Hey, Panda, you got a girl, man?
Yeah, he told her not to come over last night because he want to hang out with the boys. Remember that's what he said when he came on the live last night.
For real. Panda look like he needs to release some energy. Like, what the heck, bro?
Nah, but
yeah. So Panda,
I'm so passionate about what y'all be saying. It's like sometimes I feel like we're watching 2 different teams, and the way sometimes y'all critique the team, it makes me feel like Are you watching the team from a critical viewpoint or a
Yes,
common sense viewpoint? Because it's two different things.
critically. You gotta
Common
you gotta be
sense
Yeah,
able to
mean that
you,
you're
you gotta be able
logically
to watch it critically,
assessing.
but apply common sense once you see the critical information.
Yeah, but I'm looking at it like this. If you are applying based on a full panoramic view of where the team is at, where they're coming from, and where they're trying to go, I could respect it. But if it's coming from where Phil was in his virgin aspect, where he was critical, Phil came a long way. Phil was like, I don't want to hear nothing. Talk to me about Grambling at HBCU. I'm like,
Oh, come on now. That was not me.
Phil, you came a long way. You was team HBCU, Phil.
I mean, I still feel
You
that
were
way.
mad at coach for leaving Jacksonville. That's
No,
how you entered.
But what's wrong with that
I
though?
wasn't
What
mad.
is
I
wrong with
wasn't
that?
mad at him. I wasn't mad at him. I just didn't
No,
like how
hey
it went
Phil,
down.
no, Phil, stand on that. Stand on business on that. Let me ask. Let's lean into Panda real quick. What is wrong with that point of view?
What point of view?
The point of view of him being pro HBCU, even though
There's nothing wrong.
there's
There's
still
nothing
money
wrong with that.
there's still money and they don't know how to manage anything. Even though that's the fact. What's wrong with that?
I think when it comes to people progressing in life, right? There's a thing that this community does is if you excel in a business, don't you dare sell that business because now we're gonna stop support you because you are sellout because you sell the business. Why every other demographic sells a business in order to really gain financial increase. I work for a guy in the family is based in New Jersey. You see those little things they wave behind college games and NBA games. They manufacture the hands and all of those stuff. And he got there by selling a tech company. He sold another company. So I just said for us, when we try to progress, the critique becomes either we leaving people behind or we should stay there and don't elevate. So I was frustrated how people responded to him leaving Jackson State as somebody progressing. So if you sit down and you look about it, how many black coaches did he bring with him to put them in a new situation, to get them a better look? We don't look at things in a circumference way.
How
That was
many
my
black
point.
coordinators he got? Does he have a black offensive coordinator or a black defensive coordinator?
What's that?
Does he have a black offensive coordinator or defensive coordinator at
Yeah, but when
Colorado?
you do that, Phil, you are
No,
then
I'm not
now
just
taking
I'm
this.
just asking a
Wait, let me
question.
finish.
No, 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 no,
Let
no,
me
no.
finish.
I'm asking a question. Does he
Mhm.
have a black offensive coordinator or
No,
defensive coordinator at
no,
Colorado?
no,
Okay, thank you.
no. What you
They
just
was
did,
always trying to hook and leave the fish on the hook.
No,
what
no,
you
no,
just
no.
did,
Why you can't never pull the fish
I
out of the
wanted
water?
I wanted
what
us
you
to be
just
able
did
to
was
agree on something.
neglect the amount of
But that's not
people.
your point, though. You don't care
Huh?
about people
No,
just
that
agreeing with you. I know you're not
no, no,
that
no.
shallow.
No, I am. I am. I just wanted to make
I
sure we
know
could
you
agree
are,
on
but come on,
something.
let's pull the
I
fish
just
out of
wanted
the
to make sure
water
we
and
could
land your
agree.
plane. Why are you asking the question? Are you asking because you feel like the position of coordinator is the next step up to head coach?
Right. That's why I feel that way. But as far as him leaving Jackson State, I don't have an issue with him leaving. Him leaving Jackson State is not my issue. I don't think he made manifest what he said he was going to do for
Mhm,
HBCUs
mhm.
because the same energy and fervor that people had about HBCUs when Dion was at Jackson State is no longer there. So we can't say that, oh, he gave HBCUs the blueprint. He is the blueprint. Dion is one of one. There is nobody else like him. Eddie George is at Tennessee State. Ain't nobody talk about Tennessee State. You
Yeah,
know what I'm
but
saying? So like it's
in
not the
life, Phil,
same.
we have to think about IQs, right? We have to think
Hmm.
about our financial IQ. We have to think about our relationship IQs. That is a part of development. And our culture is not good at managing relationships. I could go and give you from a biblical perspective. I could give you from a financial perspective.
Wait, the Bible
Relationship,
talks about being black.
huh?
You said you can give me a biblical perspective on our culture
I
not
talked about
managing
relationship.
relationships. How can you
I
do that?
talk about relationship. Let me give you an example.
Yeah,
We
but how
all
can you
know the
get that from the
story.
Bible? The Bible doesn't say black or white.
I'm not, what you just
We
did.
got different tribes though.
What you
So
just
which
did
tribe
was
is black?
connected to something else. That's not what I'm
I'm from
saying.
the tribe of Benjamin.
That's not. I could see from the
You're
bed,
from
Phil.
Judas.
I could see from the bed.
No.
But
I'm from the tribe of
that's
Benjamin.
not
I
the
know my
point I'm
roots.
making. The point
You're
I'm
I'm
Judah.
making
just saying.
is
Who's
relationship.
from
I
Judah?
I know my people. I'm from the tribe of Benjamin. I'm gonna leave that where
I'm
it
not
is.
trying to go that
Judas
direction.
is your
I don't
cousin.
want you to
No,
miss
no,
the
I'm
point.
joking.
The point I'm trying to make is we often hear the story about Naaman and going to dip in the river to get cleansed from leprosy, right?
Yo,
Well,
leave the
Before
hey,
that,
Lakers
don't
playing, 'cause
start preaching. Don't start
no,
preaching.
no, I
Cause
I
I'll
know
want you to
shout.
hear the
I'll
we
point I'm
about to
shout.
making.
lose
I'll
me. My
shout.
brain is like,
I
where
want you to hear the point I'm
Land
making.
is playing, man.
I want you to hear the point I'm making. Naaman
Okay.
didn't get to go to the other kingdom to see the prophet without a letter. The other king sent him a letter to go. And a lot of times people have to
Come on and
understand
preach.
that relationships enter you into new seasons, into new doors. And we as a black
Why would you
community, we
indict
are
the
not
whole
good.
black community as not being able to handle relationship? That's an indictment that I can't accept.
Well, the facts are from the moment that we disagree with a person of color, whether it be a woman, wherever it is, we indict them entirely without critiquing the aspects that we don't like. So because Coach Prime moves, we hate Coach Prime entirely. Instead of
Come
saying,
on.
okay, the blueprint is to build a relationship with
But what
different
about, are you
brands.
discounting
You know
us?
what?
Because we're also
Can
black.
Harry? Can
We're
I say this
black and
real
we
quick?
accepted him. So can
Listen.
you say the entire black
You
community
critiquing
or
at
just
an
a
extreme.
percentage? Because there's a lot of black people that are
Yeah,
here
but
on
my
this
point
channel.
is we critique each other at a extreme. For
But no, but you're
example,
saying black
I had the
people.
privilege to
You're
work with some Jewish people, right? And
Panda,
what they
hold on.
told
Panda,
me,
hold on. Well, you're not being
Mhm,
fair right now. Just
go
hold on
ahead.
1 second. Hold on. You the flaw in your analysis is
Mhm.
this, because you're indicting the entire black community, but here we are accepting it and we're black. So how
I'm
can
not
you have an
indicting
indictment
the
that covers
whole black
that
community.
blankets the entire black community, but we have accepted it? So what do you call us? White?
What you're doing, Harry, is you going into extremism. Extremism in
I thought
any
that's what
form is
you're doing.
dangerous. Whether it is in
If you
religion,
use a
whether it
blanket,
is in
that's not the extreme. You're the
the
one that's
extreme
blanketing.
is thinking that I'm saying everyone. I'm saying as a culture, right? What we tend to do is to eat our own. For
So
example, let me
we're
give you a
cannibals?
different
We're
perspective.
cannibals?
Let me give you a different perspective. When somebody excels in life, the first four things a lot of people from a negative perspective, not all people, we develop a negative perspective. As a child, I will hear members of my own family say they must be getting ahead because they selling drugs. Then they will have another critique. They must be getting ahead because they went to the Babalawo or to the Spiritism. So we have to understand our perspective and our view. If you don't heal from the inside, we see the world from stained glasses of our experiences. And a lot of us see the world from a hurt place. So we are not good at building relationships because our mom and our family would have said, don't trust people. And so we start developing relationships.
I can't buy into your
Bro, I'm
analysis,
telling
because
you from
I
experiences,
feel like
bro.
it's not a cultural thing. I think what
So
you're trying to
whichever
articulate.
culture has at the magnitude, I'm not saying that it does not happen in other cultures. There is a Mexican family that I'm the only black person in my subdivision, right? I just saw a Mexican family come and build a house in like 2 days. And then there's like 7 cars parked over there. And then when they started to move, they all moved to houses. We don't have the mindset to stay down, to bond together, and to excel. The last
I
time we
don't
saw
believe
that
that.
on a
I'm not
magnitude,
riding that. I'm not riding
I'm not saying everybody. See what I'm saying? You are even how
but
you
that's what I'm
receiving it,
saying. But hey,
even
Panda,
how
all
you
right, Panda.
receiving it.
Okay, Panda, hold on. You can't
Mhm.
stop hugging the mic. Hold on. This is the trouble that we have, because
Go ahead.
when people are having conversations and they're saying, oh, you know, black on black crime is X, Y, and Z. And then the pundits always say, well, you know why you see it from that vantage point is because you are privy to the information. You're privy to the data because you're in the data. So it's a little hard to criticize when you're in the data because that's your vantage point. If that is your vantage point, then how can you say that, because you're at a disadvantage? You're not on the outside looking in to know that, because you're privy to the data that's right in front of you. So you know the data. You see black people. You don't see Hispanics. You don't see Indians. You don't see other cultures. You only hear and you only think. But you're not there when they're talking about their stuff because you're only consuming the data from our vantage point. So how can you be so sure
So
that it's
allow
at
me to
large?
answer that. Allow me to answer that, right?
But can you
So
do it
for
in a
my
short version? Because you be like, you're going
right,
too.
I'm
You're
gonna give you
going
the
way too
short
long and
version.
too far.
I'm gonna give you the short version.
All right.
I'm from
Puff
a
puff
tropical
pass,
place.
Panda. Puff
Go ahead,
puff
Phil.
pass.
Yeah, puff pass, brother. You be going. You be
Go
trying
ahead,
to
Phil.
like get it all in.
No, I ain't got nothing to say, but I'm just trying to listen
So
to
I
you.
was
That's
going to
all.
tell you, coming up from where I'm from, we
And I don't know that you
multicultural.
ever landed your plane. Because what is the point of all of this? What are you saying?
The point I'm trying to
That
make,
we
oftentimes,
that black people didn't that all black people were not on board with prom?
what you are doing is you are now receiving what I'm saying in the extreme. You are receiving it as
Land your
all.
plane, brother. Land your plane.
Yeah,
Make,
but this is what I'm
make
trying
your
to do.
point.
Even when you're hearing what I'm saying, you are receiving it as I am saying all. All I'm simply saying
Okay,
to you,
Panda, you know what? Pause for a second. Let me ask you this question.
Mhm.
If I did not say all,
Mhm.
what percentage would satisfy you?
Bro, in any metric, there's outliers. Could we agree on that?
My question is simple.
Yes, we can
In
agree on that.
every metric, there's outliers. And
Okay,
all I
well,
am
what
simply
percentage
saying,
is acceptable for you?
bro, that is not a yes or no question. That number,
I didn't say it was. I'm
varies,
asking you for a
bro.
percentage. What percentage out of 100, 10%, 2%, what percentage is acceptable in your sight?
In terms of what?
What we're talking about. You saying that Prime, when he left Jackson State, black people were distracting from him.
The
So, and
conversation, what
you're
I was
not
saying to
you're on the point, you're on the trajectory that it's
Mhm.
not all black people, but you wanted a larger percentage to agree with him leaving. So what percentage do you think detracted from him, and what percentage you would have preferred?
my struggle is there's always going to be people pro and people against. There's no super number in
You're
my head.
fighting your own argument. Stop fighting your argument.
I'm
Answer
not
my question.
fighting my argument. What
Yes,
you're
you
doing,
are.
bro,
Hey,
you
can
are
I,
trying to
Harry?
tell me what my argument is. And that's
can I
what I'm
pri-
trying to explain. You going wrong. Go ahead, Phil.
I just want to provide some just a different perspective on Deion leaving Jackson State.
Right.
So I'm from Georgia.
Mhm.
One of my best friends from like birth, she went to Jackson State. We graduated the same year from high school, and I asked her about Deion because that was a topic that would come up. Jackson State is a rival of Grambling, all that kind of stuff, right? And for her specifically, I'm not saying this is everybody at Jackson State. Her specifically, she said she was glad that he was gone because she was tired of like the quote unquote circus. That's not the word that she used, but like
Mhm.
the extra attention, I guess, that came along with everything. And she
Mhm.
felt like it was she didn't feel like it was genuine, is the point that she was making. I don't know. I don't necessarily know if I
Mhm.
agree with it, but
Mhm.
at least that's one person that went to Jackson State that was
Mhm.
saying they were happy that he left, and she didn't personally. She didn't really care. You know what I'm saying, that he was
So
there.
let me ask you this, Phil.
Before you go, hold on. Before you go, I have to acknowledge this.
Mhm.
There's a conversation in the chat when you said the Mexican built a house in 2 days.
I mean, they do that for real though, Harold. They're about their life. What are we talking about?
Black people always, he said, black people, the Texas Chew said, black people always doing that. When we want to give somebody props, the goalposts be moving fast. They be like, black people, man, I seen this Mexican guy. He built his house in like 24 hours. They were all in there. Like,
But they do it for real though, Harold. Like that's real talk, man. What you talking about? I just
anyways,
seen some do
I
some
just thought that
roofing
was
in the
funny.
neighborhood. What you talking about?
I thought that was funny. 2 days, bro. I built my basement, and I know how house building goes, so I know exactly how construction works. There's no way you build a house in 2 days.
So let me give you a little bit more background about myself.
Oh my
I
god.
did own a company remodeling houses. Remember, I told you I ended up in Maryland and we was remodeling houses in Baltimore, and it was using the dirty stuff that I came from to do it. So what I'm saying to you isn't
Don't be implicating yourself on my show because I ain't trying to answer no
bro,
question.
my life
Hey,
is good. I'm
hey,
saved.
Panda went
I'm
to
covered by
Redan.
God, bro.
Hey, if Panda went to Redan, he might be about that life. If he actually went
I'm
to
trying to
Redan,
tell you.
I'm
he
just
might
saying.
be about
I
it.
would
No,
have
because then I get
been
implicated on my
in
show.
high
They
school.
start
That's
asking
all
me,
I'm
they
gonna
start
say.
sending me emails. Do you know a guy named Panda Bear?
Bro, we
I'm gonna
good. My
don't make
life
me a
is
liar
in a
because I'll be like,
different
who's that?
course. My
I'll
life
be
is
like,
in a
I don't know
different
any
course.
grown men named Panda. Okay, don't make me a liar.
Bro, we straight. I'm just
Okay,
trying to
good.
explain to you my preview or my viewpoint isn't based on ignorance, right?
Okay.
Secondly, that young lady's perspective is unique to her, it's real to her, so we can't discredit it, right, Phil? We agree on that?
I agree on that. Yeah.
Now, her perspective, if everybody had that viewpoint, how has the program improved in his absence? Are they better funded?
Nobody's talking about them, and they're not winning. So I don't know exactly
So
how you would
her
describe it.
personal preview, which is unique to her and is important, and we don't want to discredit that anyhow. We can see how the broader spectrum of things affected in his absence. Right?
I give you that.
So when it comes down to us and how we view things, a lot of times critiquing the aspects of the circus that would have been there, it probably could have been a circus. It probably could have been so much people coming on campus that never used to happen before, and so on and so forth, right? But it also brought us to a new place where it also exposed some areas that we need to grow in. What I liked about Harry program, Harry exposed some areas that the program needed to grow in, right? You did the same thing, right? And I had to like, you know what, these guys right. I'm too much into fandom, right? And it's the same way there's nothing critiquing how we show up, but it cannot be from a place from critique to negativism. And I think that is the thin line that we struggle with as a culture. I'm not against the critique. I'm not against saying this is wrong. I don't like this. I don't like that. That is how we develop and grow with when the critique becomes positive and not a stream of negativism. The problem I had was we start taking on talking points that did not belong to us. It was not our original thought. So we had a bunch of other people who show up in the space as pundits, show up in the space as experts, and then when it goes down to it, their perspective on us. Then when they start to call Shador thugs, they start to call Travis Hunter all these different things. The critique starts shifting from positive criticism to negativism. And that was the aspect that was like, okay, we're not paying attention to that. And some of the thoughts that we have is not our original thoughts. So that's the pushback I'm having. Like, hey, we were going
Hey,
too far.
Panda, listen,
Mhm.
I love you, but I don't even know
Before you
where.
you
I don't even know
continue,
how we
Phil.
got here, bro.
Yeah, I don't know how we got here, Phil. Let me hit
I'm
on a little bit
sorry,
of
I don't.
business. Father of two, husband of one. Shout out to the peeps on the panel. Love and peace. John 13:30. Love and love each other as I have loved you, Jesus Christ. Thank you for the super chat. I appreciate that. Father of two. I see you, fan. Okay, guys.
Hope y'all people in the chat are reading that and listening to that and keeping that in mind with the constructive criticism that some of y'all provide to the people on the panel.
So
That ain't gonna happen.
we kind of got off. I was waiting for Panda to land his plane, but again, Panda likes, just like Phil, who throws the hook in the river. The fish starts to bite. He throws the hook. He throws the whole fishing rod in the river and say, "Okay, I'm good. That's all I wanted."
is that a Liberian proverb or something?
I don't
Like
know.
you
I
keep
just
going back to that.
I feel like you've done that here. So I'm like, as soon as you get a bite, the feeling, the joy of just getting a bite is good enough for you. You just throw that rod in the fishing pond and say, "Okay, I'm good. I'm going home."
It's
Uh,
called edging, but that's a whole nother conversation.
okay, Panda has his whole thing where he will start conversation, then ping pong around, and like he's a cowboy trying to.
Donald Trump says it's called the weave.
Oh yeah, he be bobbing and weaving,
Yeah,
and like
Donald
he's
Trump
like a
said it's called the weave.
politician. He's like a politician. This is what my wisdom is telling me. He starts a conversation. He hooks you while you're listening. He flips it. He gets you lost, and then you don't even know where you started. And by the time he's done, he's already gone. All right. So, okay.
That's how you win.
That's apparently you need to run for office. Okay.
You're the first person that figured it out, though, bro.
Yo, no, Phil figured it out before, and he articulated it for me. That's why I was able to say this. But I'm glad
That's why I don't like Phil, bro.
Yo, I'm like, yo, you need to run for office.
Right.
You
need
to
something right, Panda.
You need to run for office because you be killing me. I'll be like, okay. I said I gotta be ready for when you start talking because we're not gonna end here. So I just gotta be ready for that. We ain't gonna end here. Wherever we starting, just put a bookmark right here. We're not ending here. But listen, some of these conversations, I wish I have my billionaire mindset.
That's why I asked you the other day.
Yeah, I know. I wish I had my billionaire mindset channel like ready to go because these are some great conversations. What I'm going to actually do is I'm going to send a couple of y'all some emails and be like, "Hey, man, these are some topics I would like to talk about live," and then I will invite y'all so that we can have an intelligent conversation on that channel and link it to TLP so other people can see it.
Phil, you wouldn't be able to make that one.
But no, I would send you the email and y'all would tell me when y'all can go live. That way, everybody will be ready to have that conversation.
No, but this is not about football. What is this about?
Right. See, because look, my billionaire mindset. I'm gonna say hello.
Oh, okay. Gotcha.
Yeah, my billionaire's mindset channel where I have polysocial conversation, religious conversations, and we go deeper into things that can better our society and better our communities. But when we get into this football talk, we got this natural veering off where we go into other topics, which is beautiful because I do have a channel for that. It's just not as established as TLP is. But
we're gonna leave Phil from that email list because he wouldn't be able to.
No. Phil's actually one of the main ones that I want to target because his views on life is very interesting, and I would definitely like.
Very sudden, like out of Atlanta.
He's even killed. Phil doesn't go up, doesn't go down. He just kind of like he's Phil, which is perfect. And then I get you who you'll take me in a circle and then break the circle and drop me off in the middle somewhere and then say, okay, goodbye.
And so I like to go in the comments and watch the comments.
It's great. That's what you need on a panel. And that's great.
Panda like to throw a flashbang and then just run and see what happens.
And run and then if you don't ever go fishing with Phil because he don't like to catch fishes. He just likes to, but he just loves to bite. Oh my gosh! But let's get out of here. Finally, we've said that Colorado did beat the charge of delusion. The fan base beat the charges of delusion. Are there any charges that are still out there? Is the jury still out there for anything that we haven't discussed?
Well, I'm going to ask you this. How do you feel with Deion being a coach? Because at some aspects of it, your critique was like either he was still learning or he wasn't ready yet.
Who, me?
Well, might not have been you, but some people.
Yeah, never me, because I'm bullish on Prime. I actually think he's one of the best coaches in the Big 12.
So let me jump in real quick to kind of give my opinion on what you guys were talking about before. I think to your point, Panda, you mentioned the importance of relationships. I think every Deion Sanders needs a Rick George.
Right.
Okay.
Somebody who believes in what you believe in, but can speak to institutions in a way that lets you be you. And it doesn't matter what color the institution is or who the translator is. I think there was a fundamental mismatch based on what little we know about the situation at Jackson State between what Prime was looking to do and what the administration was prepared to allow him to do.
That's a good point.
What we have in Colorado is Rick George, who is the representative of the institution, of the city, of the donors, the alumni, saying, Prime, be you, right? And he is making sure there's no miscommunication in between those channels. If Prime says I want to do X, Rick George is looking for a way how to do X. Not why do you want to do X? How much is it going to cost to do X? Because they believe in his vision and he has somebody like that on the relationship side. So black, white, whatever color, if you want to do something big and you have to do it with an institution, you need somebody who speaks your language and the language of the institution. Just because you're good at what you do doesn't make you a good fit for every institution. No matter who's running it, whether they look like you or they don't. Rick George is the perfect AD for Deion Sanders. He's with the culture. He's like, whatever Prime wants it, he wants to launch his merch, put Prime merch in the Colorado Buffaloes team store. Put it on the website. We don't care. We're not getting any of that money.
Right.
Whatever Prime wants, Prime gets.
Common sense, Buff. I agree with you wholeheartedly. I think that was one of the reasons why Dion left Jackson State is because they didn't want to give him some of the control that he wanted. You can agree or disagree whether or not they should or shouldn't have, but I think that's one of the reasons why he left. But I think that's one of the reasons why Colorado. You got to be honest. It seems like Dion got a plan, and so far his plan has been working. So that control that Colorado has given to Dion, it seemed like they've gotten a return on their investment.
Right, and that's why I like what you said, common sense buff, about you need your Rick George. You need somebody that believes in you, believes in the vision that you have, and is willing to go to bat for you, is willing to fight for you. And did you want to finish that thought, or did you want to add to that?
Yeah, real quick, and then I'll talk about kind of my closing because I got to dip. It's trick or treat, man. The whole neighborhood going crazy, so I got to go out there
Okay.
and not be the cheap house without candy.
All right.
Oh,
So,
You calling me
bougie.
out, bro.
Okay.
Don't call
He
me out like
bougie.
that, bro.
He bougie.
oh
Okay,
yeah,
I got
hey
you.
man, God has been good, man. God has been good. I can't
Amen.
complain about
Amen.
that.
Amen.
Yeah.
Amen.
So, yeah, man. In closing, I like what I see from Colorado. I like what I see from Dion. And maybe this is the final myth: is Deion Sanders a football coach, or is he really just a player who's trying to figure out if he can coach? I think at 6-2, you have to say that he is a good coach, but not in the terms that I think a lot of people would think about what's a coach, which is X's and O's. I don't think Dion prefers to be the coach with the X's and O's, which is why he hires the people that he hires. I think from a coaching perspective, Deion Sanders is a builder of men and a builder of successful organizations, right? I think that's what he brings to the table. And because he finally has the men in that locker room believing in what he wants to do and believing in themselves is why he's being successful. In the long term, his ability to build relationships, sustain relationships, and even not only recruit the players, but also recruit the families, he's going to have a powerful tool in his program, which are going to be those parents whose kids go through that program, have success on the football field, and even if they don't make it to the NFL, are going to have successful careers out of football. I think that's going to be Deion Sanders' legacy in Colorado. Not that he was Mr. X's and O's, but that he revitalized that community. He helped them win, and he helped those young men win in their life. So that's my closing. That's what I see, man. Appreciate y'all, man. Harry B, anytime.
All right, brother.
Let's connect, man.
All right, man. All right,
All right,
Phil.
thank you,
No, let's
man.
give it to Panda first because Panda's can be a little long-winded. So let's give him the microphone. Go ahead, Panda. Give us your final thoughts, please, so we can get up out of here.
I don't know. I agree with common sense, but I can't leave him out of the X's and O's. Simply because him being a professional coming from the NFL, that's kind of NFL model, right? X's and O's is an NFL model, but the way how they delegate it is different versus legacy college programs, right? We can agree on that, Phil?
Yeah.
Yeah, I
So
don't think his point. I don't think his point was to say that he's not X's and O's, but his
I didn't
legacy.
take that away.
Oh, okay.
No,
All
but
right,
I
cool.
agree wholeheartedly. His legacy will not be X's and O's without a doubt.
But go ahead,
No,
lay
no,
your
I just think
Go
he
ahead.
embodies every aspect of a coach. I don't want to minimize him to being a relationship expert. Okay, I don't want to minimize Coach Prime
I
to
see
be
your
a
point, though,
money
Panda.
making.
I definitely see your point.
Yeah. So if we
He's a
could,
relationship guru, so but
yeah,
that knows football.
right. I just happen to know football. I want to take away Phil closing argument right away. So I want to cut his legs out one time.
Hey,
Because if we look at
let's kill that narrative right now before it
exactly,
grows.
exactly, because we saw X's and O's at the high school, at the Trinity. We saw X's and O's at Jackson State. So, and even in the case of a balanced program, we saw running at Jackson State. So I don't want to believe that his football IQ diminishes as a yellow jacket owner, right? I just think that in building the program, the us as fans slash some people went to the extremes of fanatics. They expected year one to be a bold championship, year two to be
That's
the
true.
same. And I think that spirit took on a life of his own. And I think that made him become critiqued more harshly than he should have. But I think he's an X and O guy, but just empowers the people in the room. The running back room coach needs to be the one to show me this guy is ready to go. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah, I agree with the idea of let's not diminish the X's and O's while we're praising one aspect, the other aspect. So we can praise the both aspects or all
At the same
aspects
time.
at the same time. I get that part. All right, Phil, what you
He ain't
got?
got no argument now.
I don't think that was going to be Phil's argument, but Phil, what you
Nah, it
got?
wasn't. So first, I want to say to everybody, in the chat, to everybody on the panel, whether we agree or disagree, I love y'all regardless because y'all are our outlet. Y'all are our outlet for me to talk about sports. So, you know what I'm
Uh,
saying? Like, I'm pretty sure y'all ain't taking it that serious because
No,
I darn sure aren't
no.
taking it that serious. So if we disagree, that's all good. I love y'all anyhow. As far as Dion and Colorado, I think the one thing they do need to answer is can they beat ranked competition? Because this is a true statement. Right as of right now, there's no one ranked on their schedule for the remainder of the season, which means they're playing lesser competition.
uh-oh.
Colorado is ranked number 23 in the AP poll. Nobody else on their schedule is ranked, which means nobody else is better than Colorado. So they're playing lesser competition. All right. So Colorado still has the answer.
Why are you
Can
being
they
so
beat?
careful to say that? Why are you saying that so carefully?
Because I want to be very
Somebody in your
clear.
head when you say that?
I just
Yeah,
want to be very clear. That's all.
he's like a
So
ventriloquist at the moment.
I know, but
so with all that being said, listen,
uh,
Colorado, the table has been set. All y'all got to do is sit down and eat. Take care of business, win the rest of these four games, and you're gonna have to root for a couple of teams to beat people in front of you. But Colorado, just do your job, go out and win, and you guys are gonna be all right. And that's pretty much how I feel about it.
But Phil, isn't it not fair to say that every program will face a similar thing where ranked teams play lesser teams?
I mean, yeah, it happens, but I guess the point is
So
when
is that
you're
an
Vandy was a
indictment
lesser
when
on
you're
team.
Colorado then?
when you're in a tougher conference, at the very least, you're going to play other teams that are ranked. Because you can say that Bama lost to Vanderbilt. That is a true statement.
Say it with your chest.
Vander,
Say it with your
Van,
chest.
Bama
That,
lost to
that.
Vanderbilt. Full
Stop poking.
stop.
Stop poking, Panda.
No, no, it's not poking. It's a true statement. What am I argue about? Vanderbilt
I
beat
wanted to call
Alabama.
you, man, but I didn't have your number. I wanted to make sure that you were okay, man, and
I'm
and
good.
that you wasn't struggling. You wasn't
No,
taking
hey,
it out on your son, because I know these things affect
hey,
our relationships.
trust me, I didn't lose no sleep. I can promise you that.
Did
You
you eat
know,
any
Um,
Jamaican food on
I
that
can't
day?
sleep.
No, not at all. Not at all.
Okay. All right. Cool.
Actually, but so no, but so like my thing is it boils down to this.
Okay.
You have to beat quality competition for people to really have faith in you. And right now, Colorado doesn't have that on the schedule. So their only saving grace is to blow out everybody that's in front of them. So just like they've won, previous games by double digits, that's what they're going to need to do for people to have confidence in them because you are relying on the teams in front of you to lose. Obviously, Iowa State and Kansas State are going to play each other. So at the very least, one of those teams are going to have a loss and they're in front of you. But if Iowa State beat Kansas State, it doesn't matter because Iowa State is going to be undefeated. So, you know what I'm saying? Like, just win out, do your job, and then start rooting for whoever you need to root for in front of you.
What's the scenario where Colorado becomes unranked even though they're winning? Is it the quality of win?
It just depends on who's behind them, and if I just don't see if Colorado still wins. I mean, obviously somebody in front of them is going to lose because there are going to be other teams in the top 10 because you got Alabama and you got LSU that are ahead of that are ahead of Colorado. So it could be a situation where one of those teams maybe fall back. Colorado moves up. So if Colorado continues to win, I think that 23 could possibly move to like maybe a 15, maybe even a 12, maybe even an 11, depending on some of the chaos that can happen in front of them.
Oh, so okay. So um, if the people in front take L's, then it doesn't matter who's behind.
Right. If people in front of them take L's, then they're naturally going to start moving back.
But that doesn't push Colorado out, right? Because if Colorado continues to win, but let's say we win by 3 points or 7 points, like the quality of our wins is not going to determine how if we stay in there, right? Because
I I don't think it'll have too much effect.
okay,
Like it now obviously if every single game, put it like this, it would need to be an extreme for them to lose some of their standing. Let's put it that way. Is
oh,
that
okay,
is that a fair
yeah, because
assessment?
I wanted to have an understanding of what keeps Colorado ranked. If we keep winning, then what keeps us ranked? Because
Man, look, look,
we're
look.
not playing any ranked team. So how are they
All
going
you
to
can do is keep
evaluate our
winning.
wins?
All you can do is keep winning. Obviously, you do need some style points, so that means you need to win by double digits. But I don't see a scenario, like I said, like unless it's a drastic situation where
So Phil,
Colorado would end up being 25 in 2 weeks if they still are undefeated,
so
for the
Phil,
rest
let
of the
me let
season.
me ask you this question, right? Since the criteria for the Heisman most times goes to the team that win the most and went up against the best competition, right? Where
Hmm.
does that leave Travis in the race? Because it sounds like you're saying the rest of their schedule isn't as difficult as other programs, right? We could all agree to that to some extent, right?
Wait a minute. Say, I'm sorry. I had to go on mute because my Alexa was talking to me. Say that last part again for me.
I was saying based on how you were assessing the rest of the season, right? That they are
Hmm.
not ranked teams, and the way how it will might or might not affect how we are in the standings and stuff like that, right?
Hmm.
Because we gotta hope for other teams to lose and all that excitement. So what I was
Hmm.
asking you is, how does it affect Travis' run for the Heisman if they view it as not quality teams?
No,
But
I
you
don't
know
think.
what? The, the
Yeah, I
the
don't
the
think
funny part about it,
that doesn't affect the Heisman.
Well,
yeah, I was gonna say
it's
that.
a part of the argument I'm hearing as a pushback.
No, no,
No,
this
but
this is
I
just for
think
rankings, not the Heisman.
no, no, no. But no, I understand his point though, because if Travis puts up really good stats against lesser
Lesser team.
opponents,
Yeah,
Right,
is it as impressive? But
right.
guess what though? But then you got to have a conversation about Ashton Genty, who's
yeah.
playing in a group of
He was
five,
in the
putting
Mountain
up those
West.
stats. Right, exactly. But I'm gonna say this: if Colorado wins out, that is going to do Travis a bigger favor to help him win the Heisman than if they didn't. Because the only way Travis was going to have a chance to win is if Colorado had an impressive enough record. And I don't think 8-4 would do it. But 10 and I'll put it like this.
No,
If
but some people are
Colorado,
saying 7 games.
no, let me say this. Let me
Is
say
it
this
7
real
or
quick.
9?
If
I think I was saying
Colorado,
7.
if Colorado wins, if Colorado goes 10-2, Travis Hunter is going to win the Heisman Trophy. Full stop.
What is the least he could win? We could win as a
9.
team.
I think 8 or
9.
9.
8
No,
or
no,
9?
It has to be 9.
Nine is yeah. I don't see because then what if Cam Ward goes undefeated at Miami? You think they're not gonna give it to him
Yeah,
going
but
Yeah,
the
undefeated
it's
refs
gonna
at
be a
will
tough.
Miami?
That's gonna
the
be a
refs will
tough
bend up.
argument. If he goes
I'm not
undefeated, I don't know
exactly.
how Travis gets it.
I'm not saying they should or shouldn't. I'm just saying like just based off of like how things normally go. Like that's probably what's gonna happen, right?
I was asking that just based on how you were critiquing the rest of the schedule in terms of quality of competition.
I think
If
No, I got you.
Panda. I think my question was basically based on the rankings, but I think when it comes to Heisman and how they vote, I think they're voting based on what's in front of you.
Mhm.
It's a literal snapshot of how did you handle who you had to play. I don't think they're biased to like, oh, he played in the SEC or he plays in this, which it probably has a small bias, but not much. But I don't think there's a like, oh my gosh, this guy, he comes from JSU, so we can't give it to him. Especially if you're killing it. If you're getting 1,000 yards per, if you're getting like 300 yards per game, I don't think they're gonna judge it based on
Well,
what conference you play in.
Yeah,
well,
but
no,
Shador
Harry.
isn't getting
There
300 yards.
there is a bias. There is a bias based off of the
There's
conference
a
that you're
SEC
playing
bias,
in.
I know, but what is
No,
the
no, 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 no,
percentage?
no. That's not what I'm. No, no, that's not what I'm saying. But if you're in a group, if you're in a group of 5
Uh-huh.
and you're putting up crazy stats, it doesn't look. Put it like this: group of 5, 3,000 yard passing is not the equivalent of a P4 3,000 yard passer. They're not going to look at it as the same. So it
Right,
does
right.
matter what conference you're in.
But it does matter, but to what extent though?
That's what I'm trying
It
to get
matters a
from you,
lot.
Phil.
The only reason why Ashton
So how many
Genty
yards
is
did they take
getting the
away from
run that,
Genty?
but listen, the only reason why he's getting the run that he's getting is because he's doing something that is so historical. If what he was doing, if he wasn't on the pace to beat Barry Sanders' record, we wouldn't be talking about him because he's in the Mountain West Conference. The only reason
But
why we're
did
talking
Barry
about him is
Sanders
because
play in
it's
the
so
Mountain West or was he at
no,
P5?
he was in the P5 at the time. It was the big. It might have been the Big 8, but what would now be considered the Big 12 because he went to Oklahoma State.
So then how are we comparing?
That's my point. He played against tougher competition, but the only reason why we're talking about Ashton Genty is because he's on pace to break somebody's record who is so ballyhooed when it comes to college football.
See, you see,
It's
Wild
hard,
Dog
it's hard
said,
to swallow. It's hard to take because you're like, wait a minute. In order for you to be like, oh, he's about to break Barry Sanders' record, he would literally have to be at a P5 doing the same thing against the same competition.
to be honest, to
Because
be one
yeah,
of
because don't quarterbacks get 4,000-5,000 yards in like group of 5? Dudes be putting up crazy numbers at lower conferences because like let's just say North Dakota State playing some of these FCS teams and they're putting up crazy numbers just because the way they recruit, they got the money to recruit like Power 4. So how can you compare those two? How can you use the same metrics that you use to evaluate somebody at a higher level? They will literally have to be the same level for you to evaluate them.
it just
I mean,
feels
that's
like
normally how it works.
the voting or the criteria is just shifting because it's not a this is how
There's
it
no
is.
concrete. Yeah, there's no concrete way of putting it because you're not comparing apples to apples. You're kind of like saying, well, okay, he's doing something that nobody has done before, but how?
I
He's
mean,
not.
nobody.
Because using Phil logic,
But
right?
the numbers are still the numbers, though. You can't argue against that.
Well,
Okay.
then look. If you look at the Mountain West, remember what was the guy Jay Norvell, our
Hmm.
nemesis? Remember he said they're talking about Shador having 3,000 numbers. He said based on that logic, then our guy should win the Heisman because he got 5,000 yards. So then, how can you discount his argument? Because he said his quarterback got more yards than that.
Oh, I didn't even see that. I didn't know no about that.
Yeah, because he said Shador got 3,000 yards. He said, but my guy got like 4,000 yards. So then, how we making an argument? You make and JT is in the same conference, the Mountain West as CSU. So then we can't make that argument for Shador and the other quarterback at CSU, but we can for Genty.
Again, I guess the only point they have is that he's doing something so special, and he's running up against no pun intended, one of the goats, and that's Barry Sanders. So I think that's one of the main reasons why.
But using your
he's
logic,
getting a run ahead.
No, Panda, you're not going to win this. We got
no, but I was saying using logic.
I'm saying based off of what we're seeing. I'm not saying I'm
Panda,
not saying it's right or wrong. I'm
Panda, I
not
know
saying
what you're
it's
trying
right
to
or
do, you're
wrong.
not
I'm
gonna
just
win.
saying what
No,
is.
I was just
I'm not,
saying if I use his logic, we never seen anybody take as much snaps as Travis.
exactly. That's why Travis should be
But
getting the
that's
run
why
that he's getting.
that's why he's in the conversation. That's why Travis is in the conversation because of that. But if you get it, let's just say another guy comes along and they put up good numbers and they're doing what Travis is doing, they're not just going to automatically give him they're not going to just say, oh, you're Heisman, because we've seen this before. So now you're going to literally have to do what Travis did 2 times. Because now we've already seen this.
That's not humanly possible. That's the point.
Well, I mean, but that's what they be saying in the arguments I'm hearing. It's like, oh, we've never seen this before, so we're just going to treat it as a special thing. But once you've seen it before, or somebody comes and they do it twice or 3 times, now it becomes a norm, and you can't just treat it as an anomaly anymore. Now it has to become like it's normal. So you're gonna need to recalibrate the criteria. Like, oh, okay, we've seen 2-way players that can put up numbers, so you're not special.
But Wild Dog said that if we win 8 and he start getting like pick 6 and stuff like that, he could probably get it faster that way too. If he up his work rate.
If he increases his numbers, but we win less games, yes.
Yeah.
But if the numbers cannot stay the same and win less games.
No, but I'm saying if we go 8-4, I'm just reading from what he's saying, and I think I agree. If CU 8-4, Hunter will need to elevate like interceptions per game and add pick 6.
That's what I'm saying. So his numbers have to increase if we decrease in wins. I think that's what he's saying.
That's more doable though.
But let me ask Wild Dog. Wild Dog, you're 6-6. Are you changing that before we get up out of here? Are you changing your prediction from 6-6? Because it's looking like that schedule is weak. I'm gonna put it up.
It sounds like Wild Dog a hater because I said 8-4, but I'm the hater on the channel. But Wild Dog said 6-6.
But Wild Dog's a legend, so you can't mess with a legend.
No, a legendary hater.
No, you can't speak against a legend. Wild Dog is a TLP legend. Wild Dog he's a buff legend as well. So he's been watching the Buff since they've been pooping in their diapers. So, but I gotta get from Wild Dog. Wild Dog, are you changing that 6-6? Because it's looking like Utah's possible. The rest of the schedule is freaking possible, my guy.
I don't see an impossible game left, bro.
Right. I don't see. Wild Dog, you were here on the panel when we were analyzing this schedule preseason with the CBS Sports predictions. But now the schedule has weakened, and now we have become the student has become the teachers now. So, okay, Wild Dog says 6-6. Then the question can they finish 4-2? So I'm 8-4 now. Okay, so now you're coming to my side for 8-4. But you gotta show me what 2 teams do you see them losing? If you're gonna say, okay, they're gonna lose 2 out of the 4, which 2? Texas and Utah? Or do y'all think Kansas is gonna play us like they play K-State? I don't think they're about that life. I don't think anybody left on this schedule is about that life.
Yeah, but you never said which were the next 2 that we're gonna lose to.
I did. I gave you my four teams, but now I'm lost because I'm like these dudes. I mean, I don't know. Maybe I'm just like Utah losing to daggone Houston. What? I'm like I lost faith in these guys.
But we playing Utah at home though.
Who cares? We can play them in California. We can play what? Name a place. We can play them in the parking lot at a McDonald's. It don't matter.
The McDonald's parking lot be dangerous, bro. I don't know.
Hey, what McDonald's you going to? I don't eat McDonald's food, but what McDonald's you going to? Their parking lots is dangerous.
Man, I don't eat
Hey,
it.
hey,
I forgot
Panda,
your
he don't know what it's like. He don't know what
Yeah,
it's
I
like
know.
over here in Georgia.
I forgot
He
your
don't know what it's
history.
like.
Bro, real.
What kind of dope were you selling for McDonald's parking lot to be dangerous for you? Like, dad, go to you
Hey,
selling that?
McDonald's
You
parking lot is
selling
like
that
Waffle
real
House.
skunk?
Man.
Yo, he was selling those blue tops.
No, but I'm gonna just say that we'll get off of it. You know, when the football team have to sell candy, Phil.
Yeah.
Okay, then I'll just leave it.
That's
Like
middle school or high school. What are you
That's
talking
that's
about?
high school, dog. I'll
Yeah.
just leave it like that. I used to walk around with the candy box.
But what
You gotta do what you gotta
neighborhood?
do, man.
What neighborhood were you selling in that McDonald's parking lots was dangerous? What were they doing? Like,
Bro, there's no safe parking lot in Atlanta City, bro. Like,
Hey, Panda, what zone you from?
yo, hold up.
this guy, no, Phil, you gonna just let him run when there's no
I'm
safe
just
parking lot?
asking, what zone are you from? That's all I'm asking.
I got questions.
I mean, we grew up on the 6, bro. But
Okay, zone 6.
when you
Wait,
think
I'm
about
just
it,
all I'm saying. I know zone 6, zone 4. That they about that life. So that's all I'm asking. I just want to make sure. So Harry, all I'm gonna say
I'm
is
trying to
tread
put you on
lightly.
the spot, but
All I'm
nah.
gonna say, Harry, tread lightly. Zone 4 and zone 6. Don't mess with them. They real ones.
And,
So I'm gonna
okay.
leave. I'm gonna
and
leave
when we
Panda
first
alone.
came to Georgia, we came to the Crescent. So if you know what I'm talking about,
You
I
just said
got you.
all parking lots in America are dangerous.
nah, I'm just saying, like you see weird stuff at McDonald's parking lot, bro. You see a lot of weird.
Son,
To
what
the
kind of
point
parking
where,
lots in the South are dangerous, bro?
man,
What are y'all doing in these
Either
parking lots?
either
man.
McDonald's or a Waffle House.
You
Well,
know,
no,
our
I
Waffle
do
House
know
is
about
safer
Waffle
than a
House.
McDonald's, bro.
Waffle House I know about, but I think that starts at 2 a.m. So the going thing in the South is do not go to Waffle House after 2 a.m.
Nah,
Nah,
Waffle
we
House
just say
straight.
midnight. We just say midnight over here
Hold up,
because it
hold
ain't
up.
nothing crazy.
Kai Moore, I'm from Riverdale. I'm from Riverdale. Which McDonald's you talking about? On what street? Tell me what street you talking about McDonald's parking lot gets down.
Nah,
Riverdale?
they talking about Riverdale in Georgia. It look like.
That's what he's
Oh,
talking
okay,
about.
not the Riverdale I'm talking about. Okay.
Everyone to be a part of the gangsterism.
No. I mean, I am
Yo,
not.
Riverdale be
I'm not.
active too, bro.
I'm not.
Don't
Look,
sleep on
trust
Riverdale.
me, gangster stuff. I'm in the midst of gangster stuff. Like I told you, I was a music video director.
Bro,
So
yeah, it comes
I'm
with it.
hood. I know the
It
hood.
comes with it.
I'm the guy that's videotaping gangsters, rapper gangsters, and we're driving through Harlem on motorcycles, and I'm in the car, and we're getting chased by cops. So this is nothing.
Right.
That's why I'm asking you, what kind of parking lots you dealing with in the South that's so gangster? Like, what are they doing to these gangsters?
Brother, we got gas stations that you can't go to in the daytime, bro.
Well, I mean, yeah, gas stations, I
I'm
get it,
talking
but the
about in
parking
the
lot,
daytime. It's like, nah, we're gonna skip that one.
McDonald's
Yeah, for
parking
real.
lots, y'all. What are y'all doing in this McDonald's parking? What are they ordering?
Y'all live
It
in a
really just
different
depends.
world,
It
bro.
just depends. But see, Harry, this for me. See,
Uh-huh.
when I'm in Atlanta, I be where the hippie white folks be at. I be in
We
Indian
can tell.
Park.
We
I
can
be
tell.
I be on the belt line. You know what I'm saying?
Okay.
That's what I do. I
Oh,
be in
you safe.
Decatur.
You safe.
You know what I'm saying? You know
Oh, Panda,
that's
but why
how I
are you
get
going to
down.
those other neighborhoods? Is it because of your economic
I don't live
situation?
in those side anymore. No, I don't.
Oh,
I
okay.
sure don't.
Okay, you wised
don't.
up. You wised
Bro, a lot of my homeboys not
you
here.
wised up. You wised up, and you got out of there. Some people are not so safe. Some people are not so lucky though, because they don't get to move out. They got to stay right there and deal with it. It's just like the.
I don't think it's that.
Oh,
Harry.
I got a question for y'all. But Panda, are you? Where island are you from?
I'm from Trinidad.
Okay, so you're Trinidadian.
Yeah.
The Africans, when we move to the hood, we're not bothered. Why y'all not the same, or y'all have to become gangsters to walk through the neighborhoods? Nobody bothers us when we're in the hood. Like we live in because we can't afford nothing when we come here, so we got to start out in the hood. But when we're there, nobody bothers us.
Nah, y'all be looking mean, bro. Y'all
We
got
just
that look.
we just lay low. Is it our face? Because
Yeah, y'all got
we
that
come
look
from
like-
hard times. When you look at us, we look like we about to kill somebody. But that's not the truth. It's just we just fell on some hard times. Immigration's probably give us a hard time with 20,000 questions, and you
For
know
real.
you gotta stay consistent. If they're asking you 20,000 questions and 10,000 out of those questions are the same questions, and you got to make sure you answer them correctly. You know your face is gonna come out looking a little
Man,
hard.
I got a homeboy got rejected 4 times, bro. He married 4 different times.
God
I like
almighty.
go home, bro. Go
'Cause
back home, bro.
he didn't get his information lined
Go
up
back
correctly.
home, bro. Go back.
He was answering the same question. He didn't know.
God doesn't want you here, bro. Go
It's
back
like
home.
a defense in football. They give you the same question, but in a different formation to trick you. If you're not aware of that, you're going to answer that same question 4 different times. They're going to be like, nah, this dude, he tripping.
Yeah.
He tripping. They did the same thing in The Walking Dead. And that what was it called? The Commonwealth. They did that same thing in the Commonwealth. When you come into the Commonwealth, they're going to ask you a series of questions, but they're going to keep repeating the question to see if you answer it differently. So it's the same thing. That's immigration. Your boy got tricked.
While Dog says 4 of them from his age group that's left. I wanted to stress this point, bro. The streets is undefeated.
Oh yeah.
I don't want it to close on this excitement aspect of it. A lot of people they like to be gangster. They don't like to hustle. The difference is you could transfer hustle. You can't transfer gangsterism.
That's right, because you can't go to a white establishment and try to strong arm them because they'll call the cops in 2 seconds. Gangsters are living on this no calling cops on code, right? So that's right. You can't transfer your gangster. You can't go to a white establishment with bats and saying, "Yo, give me this." They'll be like, "What you talking about? Hello, cops? Give me this." Anyways,
because if you know the hustle, boy, you could transfer that into
you can make money.
Properties, you could transfer that to anything, bro.
Because all you need is somebody to teach you the right way of doing something, and then you're like, "Oh, so you mean I'm just flipping it?" Yeah, they like, "Yo, yo, yeah, you flip. This is how you flip." Cape Con, what's up with you, man? We're done with the show. We're done with the show. We're just kind of running our mouth and just having a good old time enjoying each other's presence. So next show. I don't want to.
I remember Cape is like 6 hours back or something.
I know Cape Con is like it was like when we ended the show last night. It was like 8 a.m. in his time. It was like 3 or 4 or something like that for 3 o'clock.
A whole nother hour, bro.
Huh?
Y'all went a whole nother hour after that.
Oh yeah, me and CU fan, we stayed on until like 3 o'clock.
Wow.
We just kept talking. Yeah, Cape Con, you in here late, man. I came on here to just flex on Colorado a little bit. The fact that they're bowl eligible and they're going bowling. If you saw the thumbnail, we're going bowling. So I just came on here, and just to kind of light it up a little bit. I might go live tomorrow, but I got to get my topics together. I don't know exactly how I'll do the show because I kind of preempted next week's show by just coming on here early, but I had to do it early because this is major. The fact that Colorado is bowl eligible.
Last question. Phil, do you think we did enough to close Juju? And same question for you, Harry, and we could bounce.
I don't care about Juju.
We got a quarterback, Harry. What you talking about?
I don't care about him.
Okay, but to answer the question, I don't think they did enough, but I think I think they're definitely they're a lot closer to closing on Juju than they are to him sticking with USC. I think he's probably going to end up signing with Colorado at this point.
Harry, you concern me because your face don't even look like you joking. Like you look like you off of him.
I'm not joking at all. I
You
don't
offer
care.
them?
This is why I don't care about Juju. And before I give him my Juju question, he's Wild Dog said he's making curry chicken. I'm actually making Liberian spinach. I was
Yep.
cooking it before I came live. So what I do is I prepare the meats. This is how Liberian food cooks. I make I cook the meat. I season up the chicken, the beef, and whatever else I'm putting in there.
And shrimp.
And I didn't put shrimp in there. I think we had shrimp, but I didn't put it in there. But I make the stew first. I take that out, and then I put in the spinach. Like we do chopped spinach. If you've seen chopped spinach in your grocery store, then I take the spinach and I cook it in that same sauce, whatever is left, right?
I know.
And then I add the meat back on there that I took out after I cooked it. And then you can either do the canola oil or the vegetable oil if you like that, or I do the palm oil. If you want to have palm oil spinach, then you could do palm oil. But I think I might use palm oil, but that's what I'm making. But
there's a Liberian lady at our church, man. Every time she bring food for like the after church you eat food,
yeah,
and I'll be going crazy, but it be
oh
too
my gosh,
spicy, bro. That's the only. I'll be like, hey,
oh
can you cut
yeah.
back on the spice? She's like,
I'm in
it's
New
not
York and I can't
spicy.
find the pepper that we use in the Liberian community. I don't know if Staten Island has it. Maybe I got to go back to Staten Island and try to find that pepper. But right now I'm stuck on cayenne pepper.
Nah,
But
that ain't it.
that's as hot as I can get it. But I
Mm-mm.
can't find Liberian pepper anymore. But
The
anyway,
pepper she used, bro, is different. It
oh,
tastes
so
good.
Kyle Moore says he split pea soup. Split pea, my man. Your wife Liberian, that split pea you like? Bah. You like tabagi or cassava leaf or nothing? Split pea?
Cassava leaf, nice too, bro. Cassava
Split
leaf.
peas is what you like from a Liberian woman?
Yeah, I
Ah,
would take the cassava leaf over the split pea.
yeah, like cassava leaf or tabagi. If you about that life, then tabagi is your thing. But if you're not about that life, then don't mess with the tabagi. Oh, palm butter. There you go. You just redeem yourself, Kyle Moore. You just redeem yourself. Because I just took some palm butter. The last palm butter I made when I went to see my brother doing the Arizona game. I gave him my last palm butter, but I instantly regretted it. Because when I got home a couple of days later, I was hungry. And my wife is American, and all I had was American food. And I was like, oh, my Lord. I looked for my palm butter. I did not realize I gave it to my brother. And that was a bad decision. But anyway, Juju. So here's Juju. This is why I don't care about Juju. I don't know if it's a diva move or what's going on, but I don't like these young kids playing multiple schools, which I'm not speaking from a parent's perspective. If I had my parents' hat on, I would say, do your thing. Me too, Kai. I love Liberian food. I would say, do you, Kai. I mean, do you, Kai. Do you, Juju, right? But from a football CU fan perspective, I'm like, bruh, make your decision already. All right, we've been through this. We've done this dance already. Like, bruh, make your decision already. Colorado, I understand why you will hold out for a little bit to see where Colorado's going. You know, when you come to Colorado, you know that what's her name? The Deion Sanders' son is leaving, so there's a high probability that you will start next season. And you go to USC, you're not. I don't know that you'll start right away. You'll probably have to wait a couple of years. But why are you playing this game? You know, and then the fact that Colorado's winning, there are going to be other quarterbacks that become available. That's why I don't really care about them. Because
look at CU fan question to you.
CN did the same drama, Harry. Hold on. The same drama. Why are you hating on you? No. There you go.
He wants 900K. Came on. Is that you sure about that?
I don't hate Juju.
I'm not giving Juju 900K though, bro. Nah, bro.
I mean, you gave Cormani 300,000. So what's the difference? This is a
That is the exact reason.
If he
wants
proven. No, if Juju wants 900K, that's a bargain.
Word?
Yeah. 900K for a top 5 quarterback, that's a bargain.
So Coach Brown wasn't.
You're getting him on the cheap. Yeah, you're getting him on the cheap. If he's asking for anything less than 1.5, you're getting him on the cheap. So, because you want, that's a 5-star quarterback for 900,000. That's like he don't know his value. Like his parents are selling him for cheap. They're selling him down the river like a cheap whore. Like, no, a 5-star quarterback, you're asking no less than 1.5 or higher on a quarterback, a 5-star
Wait,
quarterback that can
wait a
come in.
minute. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Did you did, did you say I'm sorry, never mind. I'm not just hush. I'm gonna go on mute. I'm gonna go on mute.
I'm just saying, like, bruh, this is a quarterback. This is the most confident position in college football because you can improvise with other positions. You can't improvise on the quarterback. Look at DJ Uwagalele. What the heck? My dude, and that graphic that you sent me, Phil, dude, he's quitting the season so that he can work on his CDL. Yo, that thing had me dying, bro. But nah, a quarterback comes no less than $1.5 million. And so you're not messing around when it comes to quarterback. I'll give him the house. So because you need
this is why I want you to lose followers. You benching Shiloh next game. What you doing?
I'll never bench Shiloh. If you do
Phil,
that, you're doing him a
time to
disservice.
bench Shiloh.
You can't bench Shiloh. Let me tell you my reason first. Shiloh has invested, his dad has invested in him. If you bench him now, you're sending a really bad message to the NFL scouts. They're saying that if you're not that bullish on him, then we shouldn't be that bullish on him. And you don't do that because you're decreasing his draft stock. So you're gonna have to ride with this. I don't care how poorly he does or how many tackles he misses. You can't send that message in this late in the game. That's just a bad message, and you can't do that to him.
Are you saying that from a perspective of Daddy Ball or Phil? I need to hear. Are we benching Shiloh? What are we doing?
So when you said Daddy Ball,
that's what they call it. Let's not get too deep.
I'll put it this way.
I'm sorry. Yeah, I think right now you do have to consider it because he is missing tackles. Yes, he still makes, pretty good plays here and there, but I just think the consistency that, put it like this, the Shiloh that we've seen before is not the Shiloh we've seen since he's come back from the injury. Could it be rust? Maybe the bye week could help, but I think there should be at the very least, an honest conversation about whether or not they're going to bench him or keep him on the field. I think that's at the very least a fair conversation to have.
It's 4 games left. You don't want to ruin this young man's career for 4 games, and you're now bowl eligible. And then
are you coaching for his career, or are you coaching for the football team?
This is the Phil I know. Welcome back, Phil.
I'm coaching.
Phil I know.
Man, don't size this guy because I can destroy him in 2 words.
Yeah, come on, Harry.
I'm listening. Let me hear your rebuttal.
No, but okay, Phil, you're the coach. Let's play out a scenario. You're a coach. Forget about Daddy Ball. You're the coach, right? Shiloh got 4 more games, and he's giving you everything he had. He came back for you when you needed somebody. He came back for you, and now you're tied to him. You bench him with 4 games left, knowing that this man's career is in the ballot, hanging in the ballot for his draft stock. You will bench him with 4 games left, knowing that you've already made bowl eligibility and knowing that he's not enough of a liability to cost you games, even though he will make a couple of mistakes. When the tackle that he misses, the guy jumped. So, I mean, if you jump, what you going to do? The other tackle, he tried to arm tackle. He tried to one-hand tackle. We know we don't do that. Those are mistakes. But
Harry's turning into that everybody gets a trophy coach.
You mean at the end of the day, you're a coach, and this guy has given you his career, and you're trying to manage different careers, and you would bench him just for 4 games?
I'm not going to bench him just for 4 games. I'm going to bench him because I don't think he provides the best solution, for our defense to be successful. So that's why I'm going to bench him. My goal is not to get him into the NFL. My goal is to win as many games as I can as a head football coach at Colorado University or University of Colorado.
That's a problem. So that's what if you're not thinking about guys' careers,
Harry, no, that's not how that works. No, it doesn't.
Are you talking about as a father, or are you talking about a coach?
No, I'm talking about a coach. If you are a coach, forget about Deion Sanders for 1 second, okay? Mm-hmm. If you are a college coach and you don't care about guys' careers, I don't know how many guys will want to play for you.
It doesn't matter, Harry. If he's not playing,
It does matter.
as a let me ask you this: if you as a coach think a player is not giving you the best opportunity to win, are you going to keep them on the field?
Hold on, say that again. I wasn't paying attention.
Okay, I got you. If you as a coach have a player
Mm-hmm.
that you think is not giving you the best opportunity to win on the field, are you going to keep them on the field?
So that question, based and what we're talking about, are two different scenarios because
It's not. It's not. It's not.
it
If
is.
Shiloh's not
It
giving
is
Colorado
because
the best
it's
opportunity to
about
win, then he
no,
doesn't
no,
need to
no,
be
no,
on the
no. This
field.
is why it's not that simple because you're making an investment in a player, right? You've made an investment in a player. You as a coach, Shiloh came back as a graduate assistant, so that means that you had a conversation with him, and you said, "Hey, coach, the conversation on both sides. Hey, coach, you know I'm about to I can go to the NFL now, but I'm not at the best position where I need to bolster my numbers to try to get a better what's the name? Okay, Shiloh, what let's talk about an exit plan. How we gonna do this? And then I commit to it and I say, okay, I got you. Let's go. You
Harry,
commit.
can I ask you a quick question?
It's the way you sounding is as if you're not invested in the kid's future, and that's bad.
How bad does he have to play for you to feel comfortable with pulling
This is a
him?
good
Now
one. This is
let
a
me ask
good
you that
one.
question. How
This
bad
I
does he
don't
have to play
believe
for
that
you to be
he's
okay
become a
with it?
liability. I don't
That's not
think.
what I asked you. How bad does he have to play?
I think that stems in the liability. Is he a liability?
Okay, okay. So okay,
Phil, is he a liability?
let's take
I'm
Shiloh out of
refereeing
it. Let's
this
take
one,
Shiloh
Phil.
out of it.
Answer the
No, I got
question.
you. Hold on.
Is he a liability at this point?
You asking me or Harry?
Yeah, I'm
I
refereeing this.
asked you, and he's just backing up the question.
Mhm,
Wait a minute. Okay, so you're asking me, is Shiloh a liability?
Yes,
mhm,
I just want to make sure we're clear.
mhm.
yes.
Okay, I got you. So I think right now, based off of the missed tackles that we've seen in some of the kind of being out of placement in some of the coverages that we've seen over the past two games, I think he is a liability.
Stick a pin there, Phil. Your response to that, Harry.
So that
Phil is saying yes.
based on his assessment, then Shador's a liability.
Ooh, this is getting good. Let's go.
So are we giving Shador the same treatment as we give Shiloh?
Sure, we can put Staub in there because you said Staub is a good quarterback. So
You know
yeah, we
what?
can put
I gotta
Staub over
stop
there.
now. I gotta stop. I was enjoying this for a minute, but this
Phil
nonsense
always
has
had to
got
take a left and go to the pond again. Why are
this
you doing
has
that? Why
got
did you
to
just do
stop.
that?
Phil, are you trolling at this
You were,
moment?
he's trolling. You know, of course he's
All
This
I
trolling.
has
did,
got to stop.
all I did was use Harry's words.
No,
I mean,
but you didn't take it serious. You went off call. You went off the board. You left the conversation. And
but
you threw
Harry,
you threw
listen.
your fishing rod in
Let,
the pond again.
let me ask you a serious question.
Sure.
Why should I take that question serious when you can't even tell me if 2+2 = 4?
Because
You
you've
know
been
what?
trying to line me up. I can't do that with you.
No. Okay, Harry.
Because you would never
You know
land
what?
the
Okay,
plane. You just want me to agree with you just for the sake of
Okay.
agreeing, and then you're gonna throw your
Okay,
fishing rod
Harry.
in the pond and walk away.
Do this for me. Harry.
Okay, go
Make
ahead.
a statement that you want me to agree with. Whatever it is that's
What kind
realistic.
of
Give me a statement.
what
No,
kind of
I want us to agree
passive
on something. I
aggressive?
want us to agree. It's not. I want us to agree on something. Give me something to agree on.
I
Give me
have a
something.
feeling that Phil wins all the
Liberian
arguments.
jollof is the best jollof in the land on this side of the earth.
No, that's not concrete enough. I ain't never had it, so I can't say that.
Whose jollof is the best?
Liberian jollof is the best jollof on the planet.
No.
So that means we're not gonna agree.
Right. I see what you did there.
Okay, so Harry, so Panda,
Mhm,
based off of what you know,
mhm,
right?
mhm.
Because based off of your past, you pretty good with math, right? You pretty quick on your toes. You know how to add and make sure, you know what I'm saying, a quarter equals this, an eighth equals this, all that good
Mhm.
stuff, right? So if
What is 150?
okay, if I give
You
you a
said
ten
okay,
dollar
that was wrong.
bill,
Go ahead.
okay, no. If I give you a $10 bill and then Harry gives you a $10 bill, do
Mhm.
you not have $20 in your hand?
Oh Lord. What is so? What's the point?
I'm having a panic attack.
Don't. It's simple. It's simple. It's simple.
You're like,
it's
I don't know
simple.
how to answer this question because you know the intent is different.
If if little Timmy has 5 apples,
You don't have to change the characters. We understand.
We agree, Phil. We agree.
We understand.
I know. I want to
Is
hear
there
you
a
say
point
it.
you're trying to make though,
We
because you
agree,
always
Yes,
say,
because
okay, I'm glad we agreed on
this,
something, and then you leave it
because
alone.
no, because this is why Colorado fans are considered irrational, because you
Oh,
can't even
here we
agree
go.
with me that 2
Thank
plus
you.
2
Here
equals
we
4.
go. Now we're back
This
to
is
we
what
got
it boils down
to
to.
eat that delusional thing again. That delusional pie is back on the table.
Exactly. Just say 2 plus 2 equals 4, and y'all not delusional, Harry.
But you would not land that plane. You would just say, okay, glad we agreed on something and be done with that. What's
because
the
you
point?
think I'm trying to line you up. We can't even agree on the truth, Harry. Like if we can't agree on the truth, what can we agree on, babe? Like what are we doing?
No, but listen, I don't need to agree with you that 2 plus 2 equals 4 for you to bring up a topic that I think is intellectually sound and then we can agree or disagree on it. We don't have to go to 2 plus 2 just to calibrate ourselves. I don't need calibration, neither do you, because you're a pretty smart man. So why do we need to calibrate each other?
I just want to make sure that at the end of the day,
no, we
can
understand.
agree on something.
You're an astute. You're astute, and I'm astute. So let's go. I don't need to be calibrated, and you don't need it either.
But Panda,
to confirm your point, Phil, you think that you
just bring up whatever intellectual thing you want to say, and then give me the respect to know that I can comprehend it.
Wait, Harry. So you are saying that you have seen enough to bench Shiloh based on his post-injury play. His post-injury play. That's what you're saying, Phil, right?
Yeah. I think that's based off what we saw with Stoudemire when he was in versus when Shiloh has been in since he's been back from the injury. I'm not saying before. Since he's been back from the injury, I think Stoudemire provides the better option at safety.
Are you saying bench or are you saying rotate him back in?
I don't think Colorado runs like rotations out of their secondary. I think they rotate their defensive linemen, and maybe their edge rushers. So if you're gonna take Shiloh out, you're going to leave Stoudemire in there in the way that you would normally have your safety play. Does that make sense? So if you normally rotate your safeties, then sure, do that. But if you normally keep your safety in the whole game, then that's what you do. If you're going to take Shiloh out, you're going to commit to whoever you put in to replace him.
Let me ask you this question because I'm with Shante on this one. Did they win yesterday?
They did win yesterday. Yes.
Was Shiloh
technically it was this morning.
Was he a liability in that?
Was he playing
win?
Yesterday?
He was playing yesterday. Yes. You see, hey Harry, you see how easy it is to answer honest questions?
No, it's not easy. Not with you.
But Panda, hold on, Panda, real quick. Can we be fair and say that every question that you've asked, I provided an answer?
I'm not Panda.
Correct.
I'm not Panda.
I'll give him that.
Okay.
Panda's a smart man, but I got discernment.
That's cool.
I know when the heat is coming.
You can say right division and make it plain, but the division can still be blurred for you, Harry. But that's neither here nor there. But go ahead, Panda.
My vision is 2020, homie.
So the reason why I asked you that, right?
Oh God.
Even in your critique of him, the team still won by more than a touchdown, right? By 2 scores, right?
Right.
Mm-hmm.
And was he a liability in that game?
In his worst effort, he still is the team is still at a level where they're winning by 2 scores, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Hold on, Panda.
Mm-hmm.
Let's take a pin in it for a quick second. Mm-hmm. The team yes, Colorado can win.
Mm-hmm.
However, he can still play bad enough to say that the person that is behind him
not reading people answers, bro. That answer is coming straight from KMS.
I'm not. Well, you know what? I'm in the kitchen trying to get my meal prep situated, so I ain't even looking at the chat.
He's trying to be sick. He's trying to read something.
I'm not even on that because every now and then the Texas Truth and Shantae they hurt my feelings, so I try to stay out in the chat. So I ain't even looking at that.
Shantae loves you, man. She just be hard on you.
Shantae said Shiloh is better than Stoudemire on his worst.
I mean, if that's how she feels, that's fine.
No, but
I'm okay
Shantae's
with
a
it.
pom-pom queen. So don't even listen to Shantae.
Are,
She's a
are you
pom-pom.
That's
agreeing with
sexist.
that assessment?
Shantae's a pom-pom
That's
queen.
sexist. That's sexist, Harry.
But she's a woman. So what do you mean?
So wait,
That's
when you
sexist.
call me a pom pom, what you saying?
He's a pom-pom king. So is that sexist?
So pom pom could be king too. Okay.
He's a
Okay.
pom.
Gender
Panda,
equality.
you a pom-pom king.
We gender equality over here. Okay. Pom pom king. Okay. Yo, my homeboy went to college on a scholarship for being a cheerleader, so it's all good. He's one of the people who, like, they stand up on the hand and stuff. So
Yeah, right. Now you about to clean it up for him. No, don't clean it up
he
for
went
him.
to college like that.
Nope, he's got the pom-poms. Don't lie. He is
Hey,
not one
but
of the
real
jumpers.
talk though, like you can if you an athletic dude and you can do some flips and stuff, like
You
that
should join
is a way
you
to
should join
kind
a
of.
cheerleading team.
I mean, I'm saying like for real,
I'm not
it's a way to
joking,
like
bro. Homie
move
went to
in.
college.
Of course, you need men on
That
those
way.
teams too. So if you can't handle the heat on the football field, just go join a cheerleaders team. I get it. I'm not hating. This is not a. If you can't play football,
Harry,
go be a cheerleader.
Wait a minute. Wait a minute.
Hey, but them dudes get the pull too, though, Harry. Like it ain't like they just some, you know what I'm saying?
Bro,
all of them ain't no little
garbage
pumps,
men make like $70,000 a year.
right?
So if you're stuck in a suit, just because you want to look important, and you're making $40,000 a year and got some terrible work hours, but you can become a garbage man, make $70,000, $40,000 more than and not have to wear a suit. All you gotta do is just wear something bright and hang behind the truck and smell a little bit bad for a little bit. What would you choose?
I mean, I definitely would consider the truck situation.
That's what I'm saying.
What
So
you talking about?
if you can't play football, go shake some pom-poms.
Phil, I know you
Okay.
go and do pedicures and manicures every week.
Nah, I don't. I ain't had no pedicure.
How did we get here? I forgot where we were. Oh, Shiloh. We was on Shiloh.
So, but I would say, right? I would say that I think Shiloh has not been playing his best. However,
he's not the worst, bruh.
Right. That's what I'm getting to. To say take him out from a coaching standpoint,
it's tricky, bruh. Okay, I think this one can only be settled by just agreeing with y'all on Daddy Ball. I mean, that's the only way that I can see this being settled easy. Because I don't think it happens with trying to explain it through football coach's standpoint. Because I think Phil kind of created he committed a sin that he doesn't know he committed. Because I put you in the coach's seat and you said, I don't care about the kid's career over mine. And that's like,
but Harry,
that's a sin.
No, okay, you know what? Okay, if you want to take it at the literal face value, then
well, how else can you take that when you're not care?
Okay,
you're
wait
a
a minute.
coach and you don't care about my career.
Harry,
I would
you
never
gotta raise
send
your
my
voice
son
at me,
to you.
Harry. Hold on, baby. You got a little bit too much dip on your chip, big dog.
But if I'm a parent, am I sending my child to you and you don't care about his
Harry
career?
put on that Blackie Miles voice, bro.
right.
Should I send my child to you and I know that you're a coach that don't care about kids' career? You only care about how you win? I would never send a kid to you.
Do Colorado win?
Okay, guess what? Hold on, Panda. Hold on, Panda. If that's the case, then Harry, then that means your son is okay with being I was about to cuss. That means your son is okay with being a loser, and I'm okay with it because I don't want him to be a part of my program.
Why I gotta be a loser though?
Hold on, listen to me. My focus is the team as a whole, and my focus is to put the best team on the field so my entire team can be successful. And if your son is not doing his job to put my team at the best opportunity to be successful, then he's going to get benched. And if you can't understand that, then you can go to Colorado State.
That because I'm in that situation right now. I am literally in that situation with my 9-year-old. He's football, first year football. First year. Knows nothing about football, but he's very athletic, right? He's a track star. He plays basketball. He's athletic, but football.
How many teams your son team won?
Huh?
How many games your son team won?
We're undefeated.
Okay.
So he's on the bench.
Well, he rocks the bench, but he plays. But he's undefeated. He's on the bench. But I'm okay with that because I've had the conversation. Right. I don't hide things from him.
A hypocrite now?
I don't hide feelings from him.
Harry, you being a hypocrite now. Because if you are saying you're comfortable.
No, Shiloh is a graduate. Stop, Panda. Okay. I know what I'm talking about. Shiloh's a graduate, not a first time somebody who just learned how to play football. First time player. I'm telling you. So that context kind of has to matter here, right? A graduate student versus somebody that just learned what a football that he came to me last time. He was at Daddy, and I thought the wide receivers, they catch the ball and then they give it to somebody else. Like
Oh
that's
wow,
how bad
It
it
is
is.
a minute.
tell him this ain't rugby. What are you talking about?
Right. I'm just saying that's how bad it is. That's what I'm saying. Like, so I understand that he's not playing because the coach has
Okay.
to put the best players on the field. But when it comes to Shiloh, we can't use that argument, right?
No, but
Because
Harry, but
Shiloh's the
listen, but let's be
starter.
serious.
Shiloh played in
But
the SEC. So
but let's be
we can't
serious though,
say
Harry.
the Ohio State running back or
Wait
Shepard
one
played in
second,
the SEC, and all these people play in the SEC, and they're so great. Shiloh literally played in the SEC. He's
So
coming from the SEC.
let me ask this question then. We seen recently that an unhealthy Travis Hunter could be a liability.
Right.
Would you agree?
Right. When he comes back and he starts making mistakes, do we bench him?
We did.
Or we let him fight through it?
We did.
They did pull him from the
We
game
did
there
pull him.
Right, but that was because of health reasons, not because he was making
because he was a
mistakes.
liability though.
Right, because of health reasons. We're not
It
pulling
doesn't
Travis.
matter. No, stop. It was a liability. It doesn't matter what it was for. It was because he was a liability. And if the coaching staff feels a player is a
Shante, I agree with
liability,
that.
then you have to consider switching them out. Just like the
Fine.
offensive line.
But
Look
do
at the
we
offensive
believe
line.
that Shiloh
Some
is
of
a
those guys.
liability?
I'm saying if they do, then you have to pull them. Yes, the same thing that happened on the offensive line. The offensive line doesn't look like what it looked like
Do you
when
want
the
to go
season
to it?
first
'Cause we
started.
can do it right now. We can literally go through the numbers and find out if he's a liability or not. You want to do it?
I'm not. Listen,
'Cause
Harry.
I think Shiloh's the
if
number. I think he's either number 1 or number 2 on tackles on his team.
Harry,
From
I
last year
said,
till this year.
listen, Harry. I
Still
said
is.
From
if
last year till this
Well,
if the coaching
Phil,
staff
it has to
feels
matter,
he is,
right?
then they should.
Phil, it literally has to matter, right? The numbers have to matter, right? Because what is his number one job?
You're not
To do what?
listening to me. You're not listening to me.
I'm sorry that I'm not listening. Let me listen.
I said if the coaching staff feels that he's a liability, then they should pull him. Full stop. I'm not talking about the numbers. I'm
I
talking
heard
about
that.
if the coach. Okay, so cool. So if they feel like he's a liability, should they pull him? Yes or no? That's if that's the end of the conversation. It doesn't matter what his numbers
is
look
also
like.
something we gotta talk about. Let me tell you something. Give me 1 second, okay?
Mhm.
If you look at okay, let's do it this way. You literally have to talk about or define what liability is. Is a liability the person that gets the second most tackles in your games? That doesn't sound like a liability. A liability should be somebody that costs you the game because their play is so bad. Shiloh has never, at no point, as bad as he could be, has never cost his team a game because he was that bad.
Harry.
Which was Shantae's.
But Harry, right now, you're trying to argue the definition of a liability. I'm not trying to argue the definition
But that's
of a
what we
liability.
do. We have to define it so that we can know how to have a nuanced conversation about it.
But that's not even my point.
So what
I'm
is your
saying
point?
however the Colorado coaching staff defines him.
But now you're backing up now because I made.
But that's
you
what
the
I've been
coach.
saying though.
I made you the coach, but now you're giving it back to the other coaches.
I said
you're in the driver's seat.
I would. But I've already said I would pull him. I've made that clear.
But okay, now let's stop there. Let's marinate on that right now. Would you pull the man that has the second most tackles on your team and call and say, I'm pulling you because you missed a few tackles?
If you want to make it that simple, no, I wouldn't do it that way. No.
So then your argument is flawed. You're done.
Hey,
You're
but
cooked.
Panda, you see how I answered the question though?
Yeah.
You see how
Come on.
no
You're trying to simplify this. Like, Harry don't answer questions. No.
You don't though.
I just dismantled your whole argument. He is the number 2 tackle.
But Harry, I don't care though. If you ask me a question, I'm gonna give you an honest answer. But you can't do that in return from me. You can't even say 2 + 2 = 4, Harry.
Because I'm not gonna fall into your trap.
But it's not a trap, though. That's it's not a trap. What are we talking about?
Why do you feel like you have to calibrate with somebody? Is that like a thing that you have to do?
No,
are you
I'm just trying
queuing?
to
Are
make
you
sure
queuing? Does that help you?
Am I queuing?
Yes.
What is that? What is
What
that?
is
Okay,
that?
so that there are certain kids that they cue to try to get their bearings. Like it helps them to cope with certain situations. I don't know if that's helping you or you just trying to like. I don't know why you need to be calibrated so that we can build because we are capable of having intellectual conversations. So why do you need me to agree with you that 2 + 2 is 4?
Because it's as simple as answering a question. And what I'm trying to do,
But what does
because
that
I'm
do
trying
for
to
you?
because I'm trying to offer you a simple olive branch to answer a very simple, honest question. And I'm also showing you that no matter what question you ask me, I'm going to answer honestly. And because you can ask me any
Oh,
question
so
you want
you're
to, and I
saying,
answer honestly, and you can't answer 2 + 2 = 4, lets me know we're
oh,
not having a fair and
so
honest conversation.
okay, so I get you now. So you're saying that because you can say yes or no, that you can be honest with me, but you don't think that I can be honest with you because I can't answer that simple question.
Yeah. I mean, it's an olive
Okay,
branch.
okay, fine. Forget about your olive branch. Let's go to numbers because numbers don't lie. Only us lie. Me and you, men and women, we lie.
Okay, so
Cameron
numbers
Stillman
don't lie.
Craig, total
Wait,
tackles.
so numbers don't lie. Does 2 + 2 = 4? If you just said
Harry,
numbers
you
don't lie,
bad.
Harry.
Harry, you really bad, bro.
I can't answer
Nah,
that question.
nah, Harry.
Because this
Nah,
Man,
guy,
Harry,
listen,
you
man.
know
I
how many
can't I
times
can't
Phil has lined me up on this channel?
Harry,
nah,
listen.
Harry,
I'm
you
gonna
gotta
be
give
honest
in.
with you. I'm gonna be honest with you, Harry. I'm a paying member. I'm a paying member, and you can't even answer my question. I'm gonna call the Better
Oh, you,
Business Bureau on you.
oh, how you gonna pull the pan member card on me?
Because
You
Man,
cannot use
I,
that card on live.
I'm just saying. I'm just saying now. You about to make me mad now.
Okay, all right. 2 + 2 is 4.
Thank you. I can rest well tonight. That's all
But
I
what does
need.
that do?
Harry, how old is this list?
Okay, hold up.
Because Shiloh have a sack. That's not up there.
Hold on. Let me show you what team this is. This is Cincinnati, guys. This is Cincinnati.
Oh, it's not for the year. Okay.
I'm just going to the very last game we just played. That was this morning. Okay. All right, here we go. Silman Craig, total tackles 8, solo tackles. That means that nobody helped him. 1, 6 sacks 1. Tackles TFL means tackles for loss. That means that he tackled the person with the ball, and that black line that's usually on the ground. That person was behind that black line. So that's Silman Craig. Here we go with Shiloh Sanders, number 2. All right, 6 total tackles, 5 solo tackles. Nobody helped him. Right, he didn't have no sacks because he's a safeties. If safeties are having sacks, that means that they blitzed them, right? You agree with me, Phil? If your safety is leading you in sacks, that means that they either use him as a blitz in a package or something, right? But he shouldn't be having more
Yeah.
sacks, right? Okay, good.
But
All right.
listen, Harry, real quick. I'm sorry. I gotta hop off.
Okay.
Whatever you about to say, I'm gonna agree with for the sake of conversation. I
Okay.
appreciate you letting me jump on, man. I hope y'all have a wonderful rest of y'all Sunday. And Colorado is going to benefit from this bye week. I'm looking forward to seeing what they do in 2 weeks against Texas Tech. Y'all have a wonderful weekend.
Wait, Phil. One last thing, Phil.
Yo,
Based
okay,
on
what's up?
his stats,
Shiloh is your number 2
based on
tackler.
his stats, I can't agree with you.
Shiloh is your number 2 tackler on this team.
Based on his
So
stats, I can't
based
agree.
on these
Last night,
stats, this guy,
right?
right? I can go back to the other one. I think he was number 2 too. The last
No,
game,
I'm just making sure I understand where it's coming
Cincinnati.
from.
This
That's
is
all.
Cincinnati.
Okay, I got you. I got
Cincinnati.
you.
So if this guy's putting up these type of numbers, somebody that comes in and give me 6 sacks and 5 solos, this is not a guy that's a liability for my team, and I'm
But
not.
With this stats, would
the
you have
only
pulled him?
the
With this
listen,
stats,
listen.
look at this table. With this table, would you pull him
If
from yesterday?
if I felt like Stoudemire would have made those 2 or 3 tackles that Shiloh missed, then yes, because those 2 or 3 tackles could have made a bigger difference in the
Is that
game.
number 23 Carter Stoudemire?
Yeah,
He got 2. He was in the game. He got 2
but
tackles.
Harry, he normally plays on special teams when he's not starting. So that means like you know what I'm saying he's only gonna be on the field during kickoff or like punt return type situations.
Okay.
But that's not my question, Phil. My question
Phil
is,
But I
gotta go,
answered
man.
it. I
Yeah,
answered
he
your
answered it.
question. I said if I felt like he would have made those tackles that Shiloh missed, then yes, I would put him in.
So you taking out the second most tackler on yesterday's game for if?
Yeah, he is.
Okay, but
Phil,
everything
you ain't gotta
is when it
go,
comes
man.
to
You got 5 more
it,
minutes in you.
Let
See
the
what I
guy
did?
go.
I done
He
pulled a
gotta go
whole
pack
2
his
hours.
bolognas. Let the guy
let
go
me
pack the. Hey, what type of lunch are you packing? Are you packing real food or like
no,
sandwiches?
no. I fried some cabbage and I made some chicken
Well,
thighs.
you
So
sudden,
Wait.
bro.
those are
When
my
you
meal
say
prep.
fried cabbage, are we frying cabbage like Africans, like Liberians? Because we add meats and it's like gumbo. Or you just
No,
frying cabbage on its own?
I put like andouille sausage in the pan, let that brown, then just cut up my cabbage real good, threw it in the pan, season it,
Oh, the American
salt, pepper,
cabbage.
garlic,
Yeah.
yeah, then just steamed it down. That's
Oh,
pretty much
that
it.
American cabbage. Okay, you're
Yeah,
free to go.
yeah. All right, man. Y'all have a good one.
All right, you
Now you
too,
be
man.
safe, man.
All right.
You wrong as usual, but it's okay.
All
Yeah,
right.
you're gonna have to eat that, bro. Like you
I'll
got to.
take it. I'll
Thank you.
take it.
All right.
Pause.
You're a good man. You're a good man. All right, so we're putting that whole Shiloh thing to rest. Let's. But I do understand Phil's argument that if you given the opportunity that you give Shiloh, with will Carter Stoudemire, will he get 6 or will it be more because he didn't miss a couple? I get that argument too, but
The thing
I
is, they play differently. Stoudemire, they use him more. They don't use him to run up in the box like they use uh Shiloh to stop the run. You see what I'm saying?
yeah,
Because he doesn't have the ability to cover the ground like that.
I agree
So
with Shantae that you lose a lot when you bench Shiloh because I think Shiloh's aggression and his ability to just want to kill somebody, cut somebody's head off, or just tackle, just hit somebody so hard that they think about the next week and forget their middle name. I like Shiloh for that, and yeah. So just like we can live with mistakes with Shador, I'm willing to live with Shiloh mistakes as well. And when he makes mistakes, it's really bad mistakes. But you can't live with one's mistake and the other. You can't live with their mistakes. But anyways, that spinach is not going to cook itself. So, and it's starting to get late. So I gotta go cook that spinach.
I'm gonna add Wild Dog to the church prayer list. Talking about for his health and
Okay, Wild Dog said prayer request for my health, prayers please for the youth in our community. All right, let's pray. Let's pray out. Father God, in the name of Jesus, we thank you for your grace, your mercy, and your divinity. How you are you're our God all by yourself. You don't need our help. You don't include us, but you're God, and you make these decisions in spite of us because we, as humans, Father God, we love to mess things up. And that's why I say, Father God, in Wild Dog's health, in the health of our community, the children are going astray. We ask for your divine intervention. We ask for your grace. We ask for your spirit, Father God, to intervene. You're a doctor. You're the perfect doctor. You know exactly. It's like that mechanic, those Dominican mechanics or those African mechanics. They can touch the car and know exactly what's wrong with the car. They have this divine thing. So, God, that's you. And that's why we lean on you. We know you already know what the issue is coming from, and you know how to help us. Sometimes the answer may not be take it away. Sometimes the answer may not be yes right away, but we know that your answers are the perfect solution. So we thank you, Lord God, for your intervention. We thank you for your spirit and the blood of Jesus covering us in Wild Dog situation and in the children in our community. We pray these prayers, and anybody else that's going through something, we pray those prayers and cover them in the blood of Jesus. We pray in Jesus' name. Amen.
amen, amen.
All right,
Health
man.
and strength, brother.
Salute, man. I'll see y'all on the next show, man. Good night. Have a great evening, and let's have a
I
great
was
week.
able to stretch the show for 2 more hours.
You were, man. That's why you, bro. I feel bad now because I got people who are in the email sending me requests to join the show,
Man.
and I said no, we about to end, and then we talk for a whole nother hour, and they're gonna be like, Harry B, how you do me like that? But they know I'm good for it.
Even
Charge it to
so,
my head and not my heart.
because we know he stayed up, man. That's a whole almost 12-hour difference or something, 6-hour difference.
Yeah, man. But anyways, hopefully they don't charge it to my heart. Charge it to my head, not my heart. I knew we was about to finish. I didn't want to bring you on just to talk for 2 seconds and then say, okay, bye. But I didn't plan on having a whole nother conversation. So, all right, Panda, look, man, I appreciate you always, man. Look, have a good evening, and we'll see you next week. Have a good week, too, also. All right?
Everybody stay blessed. Everybody stay in high spirits, man. Wild Dog, you on the prayer list, bro.
All right. Good night, guys. Take care.